Steel Toe Morning Show.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome. It's the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron. That's Johnny. Hey, guess what this means? Guess what all
Caster survived?
Yeah, that's what it means, my man. It made it. I drenched it. I drowned it. I screwed up Friday's show.
Oh, I know.
I flipped it upside down and I saved it.
I'd like to say thank you, by the way. You screwing up Friday's show gave me a very, very large chunk of content for my show on Friday.
Oh.
I had a whole show prepped, but I threw like the first hour and a half out because we just zabrudered you spilling on the freaking roadcaster and
that's
everybody
nice.
commenting on it.
So you just had your whole show was just my show screwing up my show.
Yeah, pretty much. It was my show laughing at you failing to do yours. Was for an hour and a half was just great.
You had a show of me fucking my shit up.
Yeah, because I didn't know about it. I missed it when it happened. I had stuff going on Friday, and everyone's like, oh, Aaron. And I'm like, what about Aaron?
I like that.
Like,
You know what? My favorite thing in the world, I have to say, is when everyone is going Aaron.
Well, you would have been very, very happy because I was like, what happened to Aaron? What the roadcaster? Is the show dead? What's going on? And I'm like, what are you talking about? They're like, you got to watch what happened. And they're like, oh, it died at the last 2 minutes. And so I'm watching different parts. I'm like, I don't know where it died. And then I found out the part where it happened. And that's the worst because the part where it happened happens right after a part that is not widely publicizable in terms of video content.
Right.
So I'm like, I got to clip it just right to replay it over and over again. But it's right after that moment that you just whoops a doodle and an entire Yeti right onto the roadcaster and keyboard.
It was too. It was like it was a full Yeti. That thing was loaded with water. I had taken maybe a sip or two of that thing, and then it just all over. And then, we limped along for a little bit, and then it would short out. It would shut off, and then we shut down the stream. I got the roadcaster started again. And then it would short out again. And I went, okay, you got to get this thing flipped over. You got to get this water out of there or this thing's going to break permanently. And I don't feel like spending $700 on a new roadcaster. So I flipped it over. I left it there all weekend. I'm really sorry about the members show. I apologize. I just really, a couple of things happened and I really wanted to give this thing a break. And my plan was I want to fire it up Monday so that they call it superstition, whatever. But I wanted, if I was going to start it and it was going to be fried, I wanted it to be for a morning show. You know, I didn't want to flip it over, start it for a 1 hour members show, and then it dies. If it was going to die, I wanted it to die here. Are you okay?
Yeah, no, I just, I'm in a lot of pain, so I just used a little bit of my medication stuff for that reason. I'm sorry.
You're a trooper today.
Well, it's been a rough weekend. I've had some issues, so it's all good.
Anything you want to talk about, or
nah? I'm mostly stressed out and nervous more than anything about that stupid tuberculosis diagnosis.
Oh, you talked about the tuberculosis thing.
I haven't done it yet. Well, I've talked about it, but I haven't done the test yet. But no, it's supposed to be a false positive, but I keep looking into like the treatments for it, and it's bad with MS. So I'm just like, oh God, it's just another thing. So I'm just nervous, and then that leads to me, not sleeping much and tripping and falling and stuff. So
You're worried. You're worried that you're a lunger.
I'm worried I'm gonna die of consumption.
That'd be fucked up. Of all the things you've had to deal with. Oh, yeah, John had died of the consumption. That'd be a horrible way to go.
I don't know. It might not be that bad. Then I get to reenact the death scene from Tombstone.
Right. I can be Wyatt Earp. I can come to your bedside.
Yeah, you can come in. You could take that tall, spirited blonde lady and make her your own.
Did you know that
right, so she's not tall.
Did you know that never happened, that those two had a big time falling out? And that...
I did not know that.
Yeah. They had a big time falling out because remember the girl that Wyatt ended up with at the end of Tombstone?
Yeah, the Jewish performer lady.
Yeah. Doc Holliday was not a big fan.
Of her?
Of him being with her. He called him the thing that finally broke the two apart and caused them to go their separate ways, and then unfortunately never have that death scene that we see at the end of Tombstone, is that Doc Holliday called Wyatt Earp, and I quote, a goddamn Jew lover. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, and
that one was missing from Val Kilmer's interpretation.
Right. Anyway, I've watched that guy that does the movie fact checking, History Buffs.
Right.
I watched his thing on Tombstone, and I was like, wow, that kind of takes away a little something from the end of the movie, finding out. But although I would have loved to see that scene too.
Yeah, I know.
You're a goddamn Jew lover, Wyatt. Why are you going
Wyatt
with that
my friend? I don't have many friends. Well, I do, and he's a goddamn Jew lover.
He was my best friend until he got with that Semitic whore. Poor Wyatt, or poor Doc felt like he was betrayed that his buddy went with a Jew.
I know you feel like you are in love, Wyatt, but I have to remind you, she may be the Antichrist.
She may be. She may be your saving angel, Wyatt, or she may be a dirty Christ killer. Oh, man. You're dating a woman who wears a yarmulke. Does this mean we're not friends anymore? Because if you weren't my friend, I don't think I could bear it.
Well, Wyatt Earp, where are you going with that Jew woman?
Oh, I'm sorry, dirty Jew lover. I forgot you were there. You can go now.
You may go now.
I'm in love with it.
It's a better movie.
Yeah, it is a better movie with the two of them. Their big conflict being Wyatt had to hook up with a Jew. Oh, Doc Holliday goes, well, hey, Doc, I've fallen in love with that Jewish actor lady. Well, that is a hell of a thing for you to say to me. And then he forgives Wyatt at the end of the movie as he's sitting against a tree. He goes, I guess she's not as Jewish as she let on.
My hypocrisy goes on, listen.
Fucking. Yeah. Doc getting over the fact that Wyatt's dating a Jew. If they would have went with reality, that would have been a better movie.
You're coughing more than I am. And I have the consumption.
You got, yeah, that's right. I'm coughing more than Johnny, and he's got the consumption. He's a lunger. How do you end up like, I mean, obviously you don't have tuberculosis for Christ's sake, but.
Probably not. It's most likely a false positive.
But how do you pop false positive for TB?
I don't know. They did a whole battery of blood tests because I'm supposed to start a new medication. And then they just called me out of the blue on Thursday. Like, hey, so it kind of came back indeterminate. So we have to rule that out. So we're going to do this. And if you have a reaction to this treatment, then you have tuberculosis. And I'm like, oh, okay, great. So that's fun.
Well, I'm going to say I don't believe you have.
I don't think I do either. I'm just nervous because until you get
play it up though for
clear.
Play it up for a few days though. Fuck it. Let people think you do. Score some sympathy points. Be a lunger for a little while. Enjoy it. Go to like a Civil War reenactment and start coughing on people.
No, I want to do something fun with it then, like, go like speeding or something. And be like, you mind telling me why you're doing 90 and a 35? Well, I do have the consumption.
Yeah.
So
now I'm going to book you a flight to Antietam. You can go out there and you can just start coughing on people with handlebar mustaches. It'll be fun. You'll have a good time. You might notice, maybe you didn't, I had to fuck with the camera this morning.
Yeah, you had to readjust some stuff. What's up?
Yeah, so I turned. I don't know if this is. I don't think this could be a continuation from the Yeti spill thing, but I turned on OBS this morning and the video wouldn't pop up. But when I started a new source, consider the source. When I started a new source, the camera came up. And
yeah, I've had that issue before.
Yeah. So I had to fuck with it a little bit. I had to dick with it. I hope it looks okay to people. I did a little extra zooming than I had before, so you can see me better. Isn't that wonderful? I don't know how it's going to look in the two-person shoot, but look, April's the one who usually does the video stuff, and she's asleep, and I did this, and look, man, she's like actually good at this stuff, so I'm sure she'll look at it and she'll go, Jesus Christ, what have you done? But for now, it was just get the show on the air.
Right.
And looks all right. It looks airy.
We're mostly in audio format.
Wagwan, we gwin bead Mara. It be airy.
This stream is rotten.
This stream is rotten. This stream is from the next place.
I be on holiday.
I was just gonna say, is your is your show wrecked from the Roadcaster spill? No, I be on holiday. Fucking hell. I am not the bad man. I am from the next place. All right. Let's talk to Evan. I'm looking at the chat right now.
Mm-hmm.
And almost all of my chat is sippy cup jokes, spilling jokes. We're going to see if we can have a good show today, talk about some fun stuff, make a few jokes at my expense, I'm sure, and knock out what is 320 for today. So let's see if we can knock out 320. We got a little bit of a head start from Michael and John and I think Jason over the weekend. So thank you guys very much. If you'd like to contribute to the show, there's all the links in the chat. A lot of people have said they're going to chip into the program to buy me a supply of sippy cups and spill guards, which is very kind.
Spill guards might be the big one.
Yeah.
I feel like the sippy cup is only so helpful.
Sure. So I do appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Obviously, I can only handle so much. Amanda, I'm sorry. Let's see. I have a cup holder on my desk. Try that, Aaron. Rumor has it Aaron spilled the beans, April's magic beans. Trucker 18-wheeler, like Aaron said, the only person who can wreck his show is himself. I didn't know he meant wreck his equipment. Well, look, there's a myriad of ways.
Another part of the show.
I'm telling you guys right now, even I don't know how I'm going to wreck this thing. That's the most fun part.
That was the best idea I had.
Right.
Didn't take.
Oh, my God. You think I had making fun of Chick in Iowa as the pause in my radio career? No.
The crescendo?
You think I had get kicked off of Twitch for a Corey Feldman video? You think that I had no intention of that being it?
Oh, we found out it was a Corey Feldman video?
I don't know. That's just when it cut out.
Oh.
It was during a Corey Feldman video. We were making fun of some Canadian game show host from the 70s
I think that was
80s.
the one that got us. And again, if you look up on the internet, everybody says, hey, by the way, this guy was creepy with the kids.
Right. Right. We maybe said some actionable shit. I don't know, but
I don't remember. We got loose, but it was just
fucking a guy like that. If he wants to say, "Oh, that shit's actionable," I go, "All right, let's go to Discovery. Start with your hard drive." How's that?
What happened to the groceries?
Oh man, Magic 8 Ball says, "Was there a notice about a members show last night?" Yeah, I mean, I look. As far as the members show last night, I didn't want to flip this thing over and start it up and then have it short out during a members show. If it was going to fuck up, I was going to give it the whole weekend to try out, and I wanted it to short out and be wrecked for a morning show. That's That's basically where I'm at. Magic 8 Ball says, doesn't Steel Toe owe us a bunch of time and an apology? Yeah, we owe you about a half hour, and we'll get it to you. Maybe we'll get it to you this morning. Maybe we'll get it to you tonight. Either way, we will get you that half hour. I promise. I always make up that time. April's hobby is hunting. Aaron's hobby is spelunking.
Nice.
Says Mel Gibson after 12 years. You see, spelunking because I spilled and I...
Oh, I thought he meant you like exploring deep, wet caverns.
No. He just meant fucking up. That was it. Phantom X with a very kind word to start the show. If it isn't our two favorite mo's in the morning, howdy, boys. Thank you, buddy. Mel Gibson after 12 beers. Loaf Piggy tried to whet his appetite. See, wet. You see, I spilled water and I'm fat. Thank you.
Well, that would explain the spill.
Cynically Insane says your titties would spill out of a turtleneck. That's.
How's that even relevant?
It's just hurtful. I mean, that's really all it is. It's just hurtful. Amanda Hugginkiss says, in the engineering world, we have a term for this. You got lucky. Yes, I did. The Roadcaster works. Everything's okay. The only thing that got fucked up was a camera, which wasn't even involved in the spill in the first place. But we got that fixed up, too. I'm worried April's going to see this, and she's going to go, oh, my God, what the fuck did he do?
No, it looks fine.
All right.
I'm looking at it on the Zoom feed and the regular feed here. And
let's go with it.
It looks good.
Tiffany Washington says, hey, I have multiple sclerosis, 14 years, no meds for it for 8 years now.
Good for you. No DMTs is awesome. I went off for 3 and I'm effed, so we're going back.
Scarface says, yeah, base Doc Holliday. I like that. I like the idea of base Doc Holliday.
Base Doc Holliday would be awesome.
You know why? They control all of the banks. Be careful what you say, Wyatt. They're the king of canceling. Daniel says, did you know Wyatt Earp taught John Wayne how to be a cowboy for the movies? I wouldn't doubt it. Like, Wyatt Earp is one of the biggest, I don't mean this like disrespectfully, but he's like one of the biggest hustlers of all time.
Yeah.
He did a little bit of everything. He was like a buffalo hunter, a boxing referee, a silver mine owner, a gambler, a saloon owner, like just a little bit of everything. Like just a gunfighter, just lawman.
And then as soon as all of that like came to an end, he started just telling his stories of what he did and then blowing them vastly out of proportion for money.
Oh, yeah. Wyatt Earp is not, like, all the stories you hear about Wyatt Earp come from one source. Wyatt Earp. So when you hear this unbelievable tale, like how Wyatt Earp was the biggest badass who ever tamed the West, that story came straight from the mouth of Wyatt Earp. Aaron tested positive for estrogen, says the ghost of Lil Quad. Thank you. Oh, yeah, Cynically Insane with a good point. You haven't been mixing it up with any illegals, have you? Maybe you did get TB.
No, I haven't. But I mean, they are everywhere. Not that I know of anyway, unless they're working at one of the fast food places I frequented. I did go to Gilberto's recently.
Uh-oh. Did they cough lung lining in your food?
I don't know. I use drive-thru on the Gilberto's. It's kind of a grab and go.
How long ago was this?
If I'm honest, Gilberto's was a week and a half, 2 weeks ago.
Oh, boy. I'm just kidding. Scarface says,
I thought a biohazard burrito.
Why did you get the number 4? It clearly says biohazard burrito, and you ate it.
I didn't know.
No self-control.
The malaria munchies meal sounded fun.
Oh, yeah, that one. It's hard to escape them. It really is. That's like when I go to Popeyes, I always try to avoid the sickle cell sauce.
Oh.
Always the worst one.
When I go to Popeyes, I always feel weird because I want to get I want to get something for my daughter every time, and so I order from the Fatherless Kids menu, and it's just
Fatherless.
It's just
I didn't know they had one. I don't look close enough at the menu. I think I just have the stuff that I like, and I just go with that.
Well, you aim for the group you want, I guess.
Have you ever been to that Jewish chicken place?
No.
Yeah, Tay-Sachs Tenders.
No.
It's not okay. It's not okay, guys. Come on.
It seems kosher.
Let's try to be mature about this. Let's try. K. Fallen the Great says, did you figure out how to make the video big and you and Johnny small yet? Yeah, exercise. That's how we can make that happen.
Oh, nice.
Exercise. Ghost of Little Quad says, you should just FaceTime your 3 pay pigs instead of doing a show. I mean, yeah, let's do that. Sure. Sounds a lot easier for me. Think he planned, Mojo Buffalo says, think he planned on them nips plumping up. Oh, it's going to be a rough day for your boy. You guys are good. Broke DGen with $4.99 says, Crack Amico is releasing his Bert Kreischer and Tom Segura diss, 2 Bears, 1 Grave at 11 a.m. Eastern. Going to be a masterpiece. These 2 narcissists are done. I mean, look, I wish him the best of luck. I hope I hope the song goes well. But if there's one thing I know about the internet, it's that none of these people are ever done, quote unquote. Like Chris D'Elia's done, but Chris D'Elia's accused of like actual criminal shit. Like nobody's ever done. Like you're not going to be.
And he's still not done, isn't he? On the fucking thing with the fighter and not the fighter.
No, he's but he's still doing his own podcast. But like Bert Kreischer and Tom Segura, they have a bunch of fans, and those fans aren't going to watch a Crack Amico song and go, "Oh yeah, I guess this guy's right. These 2 are assholes. I'm not fans of theirs anymore." They're still going to.
No offense, Tom Segura fans. If you're a Tom Segura fan, you're not really you're into it. Just what? He's big, dumb, and like me.
Yeah, Tom. They're not done. That's why I wish people wouldn't get so worked up about the they're done part. Like, just enjoy the work the guy's doing.
Yeah.
Like, Crack Amigo's probably going to make a really funny song about those 2, but don't put so much pressure on yourself that you're like, oh, and they have to be done. They're going to be finished. Like, nah, they're not, but it's going to be a funny song, I'm sure.
And take joy in the fact that they'll stick around to give Crack Amico more content.
Exactly. Bobby Baloney says he was inspired by watching you eat, Aaron. Oh, Wyatt Earp was inspired by watching you. Cynically Insane says Wyatt Earp invented the steam engine, and I don't like that I can't read this word because it makes me not a smart person. Euclidean geometry.
Euclidean geometry.
I'm going with that.
Is that I don't know. I heard that geometry doesn't. Oh wait, no, that's G-spot geometry. I was gonna say I heard that geometry doesn't exist.
Annoyed Wawa supervisor says nothing screams Midwest boomer more than hoping that your 20-something second wife doesn't get upset about how you set up a tech product. But what do I know? I just hosed down the air vac machine. Thank you, annoyed Wawa supervisor. I appreciate that. Broke DGen says, I just went to Chris D'Elia's show at the Crest Theater. Okay, so he's still doing theaters. So
that's sad.
D'Elia's, I guess, doing okay. It was freaking awesome, and I played Crack Amico's Predator song for the first few rows and entertained the crowd before the show. Well, there you go. You had some fun. Ross Dog's Broken Spirit with $5 says, what are Johnny's thoughts on Jurassic Park 2? I think it sucked. Also, F Palestine. It's an odd combo.
I don't know if I'm supposed to comment on the Palestine one. Jurassic Park 2, no idea what we're talking about. Haven't seen it, don't know what we're talking about.
I don't like either of the Jurassic Park sequels, really.
It was really just the first one was kind of the movie.
First one was...
I saw one with like a dinosaur coming on, like they brought a T-Rex on like the mainland thing, and I don't remember it. It was not good.
Oh, are you talking about the Chris Pratt ones?
I haven't even... I think I've seen part of the Chris Pratt ones. That's a different one altogether. The one I saw with the Chris Pratt ones, they were on an island and like it was a military like secret organization making the ultimate dinosaur. It had like predator camo ability and all this other stupid crap. It was very not awesome. And then
I don't know what movie you're talking about.
Are
you
Jurassic
sure?
World?
Are you? Oh, see, that's one of the Pratt one. That's part of the Pratt trilogy.
Yeah. I like I said, the Pratt stuff I didn't care for, and for me, it's really just the first movie.
Yeah, the original's really good, and they just kind of piggybacked on that. It's kind of like the Matrix movies in that way. Like for me, the Matrix movies... I feel like
the Matrix movies end on the third one in a definitive way that we can call it good, but then they went, let's make a fourth one, and I said, and F yourself.
See, for me, it was like the second one where we had to have the love story be so prominent. I was like, come on, let's fight a revolution here.
Well, actually, the reason the love story is so prominent is it explains the changing of the cycle. Like, that's the part of the second and the third movie that's really, really big.
Yeah.
Because the whole point is Neo's character was very much about other people. And in this one, he became obsessed with one person. So he didn't care as much about saving humanity as much as he cared about saving one person. So it changed the cycle and everything like that.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, it just... I'm saying if we would have left the three alone, we would have been fine.
You're saying that it was the Aemon Targaryen, love is the death of duty.
Yes.
There you go. Let's go to, and then we'll get started here. Hobo Chill. Oh, I'm so glad to see Hobo this morning. He says, how about the acting chops on Roy Jones? He sounded like a runaway slave during his lines. Where was Roy Jones in one of the Chris Pratt? Really? I have to see.
Matrix.
Oh, in the Matrix. Roy Jones Jr. was in the Matrix?
Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure he's in the Matrix as one of the captains of the ships.
Roy Jones Jr. Matrix. Ballard. Okay.
Yep, he's Ballard.
We getting demonetized today?
Maybe.
Let's see what we got.
Who the hell are you?
I am Seraph, guardian of the Oracle.
Is that right?
I can
Y'all must have forgot.
take you to her.
Oh, yeah, 60-40, I'll whoop your ass.
First, I must apologize
For what?
for this.
For being all Asian and shit. Whoa. I don't really see a lot of Roy Jones acting in this one.
Yeah, this part isn't very much acting, but trust me, it's not the best. It's not the best.
Roy Jones Jr. was not good in the Matrix.
He's not bad, just not good.
Not bad, just not good. Okay.
Not good. He's a side character, and that's about his speed. Let's a couple of bits, and then we move on.
Matt Melt was with $4.99 says, do we have any Cousins news? Also, F Palestine. That's the second person who's given us an F Palestine today.
There's a lot of F Palestine. I have a great video I'm doing on my show later today about and again, I swear this video has to be fake, but it's from the Middle East, I guess. It's an Israeli squatter in a Palestinian home, and he's giving them the reasons why he won't leave. It's hilarious.
Oh my God. Well, when you said Israeli squat, I was like, I mean, as long as they're just not murdering babies and sticking them on bayonets, I think we have an improvement. I mean,
Yeah,
I would take squatters' rights controversies over what we have now.
Right, that's the weirdest part. Like I said, the whole thing seems fake. I'm like, with all that's going on right now, you have two people being like, "This isn't your home," and one other guy being like, "Yeah, but if I don't take it, somebody else will." Like, so I'm gonna, like I said, I'm gonna play the whole thing.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I think it's fake, but it just looks hilarious.
Well,
So
thank you very much to Matt Melt. I appreciate that. 310 is the number today. Thank you guys very much. Good start. Let's get under 300 by 7 o'clock, and we're looking good. We'll do overtime. I'll do an hour of overtime today, seeing as, you know, we had what we had on Friday, and we do O time, so we'll tack it on for an extra hour. The Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, thank you guys very much for all of your support to this program and keeping it on the air the way that you do. The whole experiment of Francis Ngannou in boxing, I think, is over at this point. Yeah, he fought Anthony Joshua, the former world heavyweight champion, over the weekend, and he got fucking pieced up. It makes Tyson Fury really look like shit. Like, because Tyson Fury struggled with Francis Ngannou and barely escaped with a win. Mm-hmm. And Anthony Joshua he dropped him in the first round. He knocked him out in the second round. It was brutal. Brutal. I want to see if we can find... Yeah, here we go. This is every knockdown from the fight. I believe this was on DAZN. Let's watch these clips. So Francis Ngannou, if you don't know, UFC World Heavyweight Champion, left the UFC over pay issues with Dana White. Went into the boxing ring, got an immediate shot at the World Heavyweight Champion, Tyson Fury. did really well, knocked him down. I mean, lost the fight by split decision. So Anthony Joshua decided, well, I lost
I can hang.
Yeah, I lost my belts a couple years ago. I'm on the comeback trail. I've notched a few wins. I'm getting back to the top of the division again. I want another title shot. Let's take a high-profile fight against Francis Ngannou. And people thought, wow, maybe Ngannou can win this time. Maybe Ngannou's going to set himself up as like one of the guys in the heavyweight division. He's going to make this transition. Anthony Joshua had other plans.
Focus. No! AJ touched him. He went down.
Heavy.
Why that right hand? He's
So now here's the last one. So he gets up from that knockdown, and Joshua just walks right through him.
My God. Like he just turned him off.
Yeah. Right,
he
yeah,
really
it is.
did.
It is like he just flipped a switch on him, just boom.
And he knew it because he hit it and walked.
Yeah. Ooh. So yeah, I don't know what that says about Tyson Fury. I don't know what that does for him going forward, but it doesn't make you look good when you're the world champion and then, this guy takes you life or death, and then one of your biggest challengers just, like you said, shuts him off like a light switch.
Yeah, that would worry the shit out of me when that challenger shows up on my door. I'd be like, oh, fuck.
Broke D-Gen says, I had Joshua by knockout for 4 digits. Attaboy. Nice win. Morgan Reeves says, watching Mandingo's fight in 2024, the more things change. Jesus Christ. Thank you, Morgan Reeves. That's very, it's very evolved of you. I appreciate that. All right, well, that fight was in Saudi Arabia, and speaking of Saudi Arabia, Johnny, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, very advanced. They like to show off. They're having all these big sporting events and WWE events and parties and all this stuff. Well, they're also getting into the AI game.
Oh, boy.
And they made their first official government robot. Like the first Saudi robot to like take on government meetings and do government shit. And they decided to introduce the Saudi robot to women. And let's just say that when they introduced the Saudi robot to women, he made Saudis really proud.
Oh, boy.
Let's just say that this robot has been crafted and created with cultural sensitivity in mind? Question mark. Let's learn a little bit about this robot, and then we'll play the clip we're talking about where they decided to let him go to a government function and interact with women. Here we go. The robot's name is this is going to shock you. Muhammad.
Wow.
Is the robot's name. So they picked a more like an obscure Middle Eastern name.
Yeah, you've almost never heard it.
Right, so he could have a more, unique personality. This is him. So I was manufactured and developed here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as a national project to demonstrate our achievements in the field of artificial intelligence. So he's there to show that Saudi Arabia has arrived. This is like the Russians launching Sputnik.
Right.
It's their way of saying, look, we're here. You got to deal with us. We're a big deal. So Saudi Arabia,
modern civilization, technology. And
exactly. We're a first world power. So Saudi Arabia unveiled Muhammad, and Muhammad met a female reporter. And Muhammad did something that I think all Saudis would be proud of.
He tried to grab her ass?
Muhammad tried to slip a didge.
Oh, my God.
I mean, he didn't. In fairness, he didn't take away her driver's license. He didn't force her to wear a burqa. He didn't.
You know what? I was really hoping he was going to slap her for not wearing a hijab. I was like, hot.
For getting all made up like a tart. He just backhanded her. No.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping for.
He tried to grab her ass, and I will say this about the woman though, total pro.
Yeah, she's just like, nah, no, thank you.
Yeah.
Not interested.
Muhammad's trying to grab a little cheek there, and she just keeps on doing the report. Yeah, there you go. Look at that. Oh. You know what? She does put a hand up to try and like stop him, as if she's gonna.
Excuse me.
Yeah, as if she's gonna communicate with the robot and say, "Oh no, buy me a drink first, Muhammad. Please take it easy."
How much do you make a year?
Can you take care of me? Are you my king? So that was the AI robot's first, and that the funniest part is that was his first social interaction.
Okay.
They
first time out,
Yeah.
bugs, kinks, whatever. They work. I'm sure they'll work it out.
Yeah, is it we just have to learn. Is it a feature or is it a bug? Which one is it? Officer Cunsby Howland says rocks sold separately. Oh no. Nick the Milkman says your mic is clicking bad. Whose?
I think they're saying yours, but let me.
I
got my system muted, so I won't hear it come over here. So I'll just listen.
It's not happening in here. I don't have any mic clicking on my end, so I certainly can't hear it. But
I'm not hearing it on the stream.
Okay. I mean, if it's happening, it's happening. If it's not, it's not.
There's a little staticky thing that I always get with Zoom. So I have I've heard a clickiness thing, but I haven't attributed it to anything because
a lot of people are saying it's fine. You're fine. Your mic is clipping a little, Aaron. Not joking. Well, let's bring it down a little bit. Yeah, some people saying I don't hear it. Your mic is clipping a little bit. Nobody Likes Onion says it's my stomach growling. There, we'll bring the volume down a little, and maybe that'll do something.
I'll be honest, because I've had a spill with my Roadcaster. Granted, it was a couple of little drops, and I dabbed them up very, very quickly, but it affected the channel. I polished the channels and stuff. Did you clean anything, or did you literally just let it dry and you went go?
Well, don't make me
Okay,
admit
so we
that
have a no, ladies and gentlemen. That would be a no. So here's what I'm going to suggest. First and foremost, just on the very least, get a clean microfiber cloth sometime after the show today, and a paper clip or a toothpick, so you can really push it in between the slider channels and really try to polish the sliders there, and make sure all of your channels are good, because any little bit of corrosion on those sliders could be a problem. The good news is you can technically pull the sliders individually, but that is an assload of work.
Well, people are saying after I turn down the volume, it sounds better. So,
all right, then we're good.
We fixed it.
Everything's fine.
I was just a little overmodulated. What do you do? All right, let's go to Missouri. Let's talk about this next one. By the way, 3:10 away from knocking it out today. And like I said, we'll do an extra hour today if we knock out that 3:10. Morgan Reeves says the noise is April faintly scratching on her coffin lid. That's fucking dark, bro. 3:10 is the number today. Let's go ahead and knock the dust off PayPal.
Why
this
would
morning.
she be in the coffin? He spilled on the Roadcaster.
Right, I'm the dead man. Exactly. Let's go ahead and knock it out. Call it a win today, and start the week on a good note for the old Steel Toe. Good win for the good guys. So a person showed up in the Missouri House of Representatives last week to speak about a bill.
Oh, I know who you're talking
about.
about.
Are you?
Right.
Okay. You know about this one?
Yeah, just a person who wants to bring attention to just really racial injustice and insensitivity that people have in Missouri. They just
People who can't accept cultural differences.
Right. They want people to understand that. And more importantly, this person is doing a public service because they're notifying these people that, look, this is really hurting you as much as us. You bring this out.
Well, this person showed up to testify in the Missouri House against House Bill 1650, which would ban drag shows for kids. He called the policy white supremacist and transphobic and went on an unhinged rant against straight people. Let's go ahead and hear. Well, first let's see them. Let's take a look. Yes, that is.
Why wouldn't you take that person seriously?
I believe that is a man who has high. I wouldn't even call that bouffant hair. It's like French Revolution size hair, Louis the 17th and whatnot. And their face painted like. Can we say Avatar? Is that an Avatar?
Their body painted like Avatar. Yeah.
Oh, that's not a
we've
dress.
No, there's that. Well, they're wearing a dress, but I've talked about this person, and I've done their body painted, like they're blue head to toe. This is
dabba dee dabba die.
Indeed.
Let's go ahead and check this out. I'm sure this will be a riveting speech. I'm sure we're going to hear a lot of social good. I'm sure we're going to hear a lot of cogent points being made, and we're all going to grow and be a lot wiser because of it. Let's take a listen.
Yeah, ignore the clown makeup. Intelligence is about to spew forth.
Get ready to hear this person make some social commentary, but ignore the avatar makeup.
Hello, my name is Maxi Glamour, MaxiGlamou.
Oh, I will say this person pops their mic hard.
Well,
the person in here.
I'll say this. Make sure you spell Maxi Glamour for the record. You would hate
same as Maxi Pad, but the last word's glamour.
You would hate for the stenographer to get Maxi Glamour wrong and have the whole record be shot to shit.
And it's a very unfortunate situation that we are here today to battle this inherently homophobic and transphobic bill that is intentionally...
That's another weird thing to me, is this idea that all these bills are homophobic and transphobic. We're literally just saying you can't do it in front of kids.
Right.
That's
What's homophobic and transphobic about how about we don't do sex stuff in front of children?
Like, how is... Look, I'm not going to let you shake your dick and your fake tits and your mustache at little children. I can't let you do that. And I'm sorry, but if you fight me on that, that weirds me out more. Like, if you sit
Not
there...
only does it weird me out more, when can I start saying that according to the trans community, being sexual in front of children and in some ways sexualized children is apparently a LGBTQ thing? Like, when can we start saying that's a trait? Because every time we criticize it, they're like, oh, this is homophobic, transphobic, everyphobic.
Right. You hope that it's an internet thing and that, like, it's the minority getting the most attention. And that the majority actually feels like, yeah, well, obviously. Because I do know gay people and, like, trans people who have said, like, yeah, shit doesn't belong in front of... Like, a lot of gay people and trans people might think that, like, we don't want children around the shit we do because it's a bummer.
Right.
You
like,
know?
half of the reason I love being gay is I don't ever have kids. Like, that's...
Right.
Like, it's baked into the cake. Forget whether is she on the pill or did he have a vasectomy or did they wear a none of that. I can blow loads all day, and as long as I don't get a sniffle, what am I worried about?
It's really the butt thing that gets me, though. Like, that's the square I can't circle. All right, let's continue. Let's listen to this. Hey.
Well, if you're taking a square, you're a bigger man than me.
People who have made big speeches in front of crowds that have changed people's minds. Rocky Balboa, Thomas Paine, Maxi Glamour. Let's hear him out.
One of these is not like
hear them out.
Hear they them?
Yes.
Been put into place to eradicate gender nonconforming people from the public forum. While I understand that this bill was put into place by an uncultured individual who hasn't actually been to a drag show.
It's a little passive-aggressive and cunty. And first of all, I'm sure the person who wrote the bill is not going to be insulted that you said they've never been to a drag show.
They're going to get reelected because you said they've never been to a drag show. Thank you for confirming that.
You just made their campaign commercial. Attaboy. Do you think that this Maxi Glamour walked into the chambers and the people who were, like, not in favor of this bill just all stood up and go, you know what? I'm going to go aye on this one. I don't need to be on the wrong side of history here. Like, I wonder if a Maxi Glamour hurts their cause when they advocate for it.
That's the thing. I wonder how many of these people actually, like, that don't agree with this, like, are afraid to speak up because they'll get backlash in their own community for it. But really, that would help you guys out so much if you'd start being like, yeah, there's some stuff. Some of you guys need to tone it the fuck down.
Yeah. Guys, when we go out there and we advocate for our cause, could we try suits? Would it be that hard to dress decent? At the very least, try not to dress like something out of Fern Gully. That would be appreciated.
At least modern day blue person, like blue person now, as opposed to blue person 14th century, like whatever.
Fucking Renaissance avatar person. Yeah, no, let's not. All right, Maxi Glamour, go ahead. We're all bigots. That's, I think, where we left off.
The last time we were here, the bill was defeated because of the fact that there were many people stating the sociocultural, artistic, and economic benefits that drag provides to the state of Missouri. And so when we're looking at this, we are having a mass exodus of competent, socially aware, professional individuals leaving our cities because they are stuck within the confines of a white supremacist transphobic policy that keeps getting reintroduced year after year.
Okay, check me if I heard that wrong. I want you to test my comprehension skills because they've been called into question in the past. Let's make sure I got this right.
Well, your coordination skills were called into question. I don't know about comprehension.
Too. Yeah, that too.
But yeah, go.
Are they saying is Maxi Glamour saying that if they can't dance in front of children provocatively, they'll just move somewhere where they can?
Not only is Maxi saying that by making your state and society that way, you are pushing away talented individuals. Remember, we're losing business heads.
Yeah.
Apparently, you are hurting your own economic bottom line because nobody of worth is going to want to work in Missouri with all of these hateful and bigoted ideals just being pushed forward.
You're gonna look. If you're gonna like, I would like to tell the people that support this bill. I want them to know what the stakes are here. If you pass this, Maxi Glamour may move out of your community.
Right. Maxi and their friends might leave.
That's right. Maxi Glamour and everyone who looks like Maxi Glamour, for the record, will leave and you will never see them again.
You will lose Smurfette the 16th forever.
If you pass this, every person who wears that high bouffant and paints themselves like Avatar and tucks their cock and dances in bars, those people will not be around you anymore, and you will never see them again. I want you to think about that before you vote yes on this bill.
In the future, some poor Missouri man is like, he threatened him and all his colorful friends would up and leave if we didn't give him respect. And we said, yeah, do it, queer. And he did. It's a darker world.
I can't believe it. My world is darker today because Maxi Glamour moved to Missoula.
All gender theorists, sociologists, and people who are looking at the research of this state that this transphobic rhetoric, this homophobia that is so pervasive is actually creating negative psychological implications of trans individuals, of gender nonconforming people, and, straight people. Straight people whose concepts of gender and their own gender dysphoria of not feeling man enough and not feeling woman enough is directly correlated to these erroneous laws falsely.
Again, I've been accused of being a bad communicator, so let me just say what I heard.
Right.
These bills make these people confused as to who they are.
These bills are they perpetrate rhetoric that paints gender nonconformist people in a negative light and are put forth by, as this person explained, gender confused individuals who apparently don't feel masculine enough or feminine enough in their roles. So they're making these bills to overcompensate and persecuting a group of of trans people. So straight people really need to understand that they're gender dysphoria. He accused straight people of gender dysphoria and that being the underlying cause of the bill. Because, a straight person who goes, hey, I was born a dude with a penis, I guess I'll use it. Or a woman with a vagina, this'll get me ahead in life. Like anybody who did that, you have gender dysphoria. Because you go, oh, you don't do like I do? That seems weird. You change whether you're a boy or a girl on a daily basis? That seems like that might be a mental thing. I don't understand that at all. Oh, that's just because you have gender dysphoria and you're overcompensating with your over masculinity. So you're persecuting me because you have gender dysphoria.
So Maxi Glamour is coming in here and saying, hey, look. So they're coming in dressed like Marie Antoinette Avatar.
Mm-hmm.
And they're looking at the people wearing suits and ties and all that stuff, and they're going, hey, guys, I just came here to tell you, I think you guys are fucked up and weird.
Right.
Is that what?
And your gender dysphoria is persecuting us.
Right. And the real reason you want to do all this is because you want to tuck your cock back and dress like a lady. Is that what I'm to understand?
Something like that. I don't make sense out of all of it. It's the weirdest form of projection and also just utter idiocy mixed together with, again, Marie Antoinette in Smurf form. So it's just why? Why are we doing this?
I will tell you this. Eat your heart out, Sun Tzu. This is some art of war shit right here. I think Niccolo Machiavelli here is right.
Using cognitive science to prove that transphobia is some wonderful, great thing that we want to have.
I mean, I didn't say that, but I mean, you know, it has its uses. It's like any tool. It can be used as something that helps and something that hurts. That's all. It's like a shovel. Sure, you can dig a hole and, bury something that needs to be buried, or you could clock your neighbor over the head with it. You know, good and evil.
I'll be reading at a synagogue books about empathy, understanding people in the community, and being a good person. Some people...
It's going to be kind of lost on the synagogue crowd, don't you? No, I'm just kidding.
Also, I have a question. Okay, so you're reading these books. Why do you need to do it in drag? What part about wearing your costumes and having your... Again, this drag show thing is like, banning drag shows in front of kids. Well, doing a drag show / story hour seems like a weird mix, and it seems like it's, again, one of these like, it's a doorway to doing full-on drag shows in front of children.
Sure.
If you want to read those books in front of kids, fine. But do it in, do it in a suit and a tie and a shirt. Hey, RuPaul shows up all the time as a man.
Right.
Like, as a man. So I'm sure RuPaul would have no problem going somewhere and reading a book about acceptance and understanding people of different identities and everything as a normal-looking person. And then if they were invited to do something somewhere as full glamour RuPaul, they'll do that too. Again, idea that this was been banned from children recently is a weird thing. No, we've never done this in front of kids before. We've always had an understanding of that's more an adult thing. That's more for adults. So again, if you want to read your books to kids, fine. Do it without the makeup and the show.
Right. That's the part of the argument that I've never understood is that how can you not understand? Like, we haven't had to have rules like this before. We're having to have these rules because you've changed. Right. Like, you've started pushing the envelope in a way that previously we all agreed this is a no-go area. So, this fight wasn't brought to your doorstep. You brought it there.
Yeah, and we've never had transphobia stuff like happening before this, like with the kids thing. We've never had that before. We've actually become more accepting of drag shows and all that stuff than we have been in the past. And then all of a sudden, like overnight, there was this weird push to be like, and now we want to do it in front of kids. And we're like, okay, no. Like after the parades and things where we started having pride parades where people got very flamboyant about their sexuality in a march down the street. Now all of a sudden we're like, you know what? It'd be really fun to read a book to a kid while I dance around in a two-piece with my balls hanging out.
Well, now you're just making it sound like fun. I mean,
look, it may or may not have been your last birthday party, but the point is,
I just wanted to have a good time.
The point is, we don't do it in front of the children.
You only turned 37 once.
Right, but we didn't have the kids there.
That's true. That's true.
We'll read some of those books because then they wouldn't be introducing these bills here today. And we can create an economic revenue to keep our young, talented population as opposed to sending them to New York, to Chicago, to Los Angeles.
Listen to the cities that they say that they're going to go to. It's like, you know what? Have at it, boss.
No, I said this on my show. I was like, so wait a minute. You mean if we're not nice to you, you and your friends are going back to what we would consider the literal hell? Okay, fine.
You know what I love about this? Like, if you
don't sweeten the deal too much, buddy.
If you go to San Francisco, New York, or Chicago, at their city council meetings, you have business owners and shit going, I'm moving tomorrow, and I'm moving because crime is out of control. You won't do anything about it. Taxes are out of control. You won't do anything about it. So I'm taking my business, and I'm moving to Missouri or Florida or Texas. In Missouri, they have Marie Antoinette Smurf, as you called her, going, if you don't let me shake my dick in front of kids, I'll move to San Francisco. And to which I would say, yeah, no, that checks out. No, that sounds like about like how this story is supposed to go.
I want to see them walking down the streets of San Francisco. I don't know if you know this or not, but like crazy homeless people aren't going to be the nicest to you, sir. Like they're not going to be like, oh, you're just doing you. No, they're on drugs and already seeing demons, and you came dressed as one. Guess what's going to happen?
Best of luck.
Where we have aging populations who are dying out and creating a vacuum of hypervacancy, of wealth inequality, and a whole bunch of trauma.
Could you read me the definition of child?
Look who just sat down behind. Now another one gets up there to talk, and it's like Andre the Giant in a prom dress. It's like, boy, it's kind of like you said, like dress like the oppressor.
Yeah,
that's an old saying.
I don't
dress
know if
like
you know this or not, but really, we're saying it's weird and we don't like it in front of children. We're uncomfortable about it. And you went in front of a group of people that have gone as far as to make a law because of it. And you're like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to sit in here and be the patron saint of everything they're afraid of and just blatantly wear my problems on my face. Let's see if
they're all like John Lovitz in The Wedding Singer, where they're like, thank you. Or should I thank Linda? And then they're like, whoa, dude, that was out of line. I'm hiring a DJ. And instead of him going, yeah, I can see how that was a little fucked up, he goes, oh, yeah? Good luck finding a DJ who can move and shake like this. In fact, I see them ending this that way.
It says, child, any person under the age of 14. I have a question. If you've already read this, why are you making me read this to you?
So would you and I be able to agree that if you're not an adult, you're a child? That is the perceived from my reading.
Actually, child is a socially contingent thing.
Child is a socially contingent thing. Like
just say you want to be able to F the kids. Because, I mean, honestly, it seems like it should be so easy to be like, at the very least, like, yeah, okay. And I love the, oh, what? If you already know this, why are you making me read it? Because we're seeing if you know it. That's kind of the thing here, buddy.
Well, that's
we
just it.
We don't think you get it.
We want to know if you know this. Like, we know, do you know? And then a child is a socially contingent thing. Socially contingent on what? Whether or not you find him cute? Like, I don't know what the contingency is. John Jamingo says, sorry you can't groom our kids, so pack your bags and get... Jesus. Can't read that last part. Hitler Diff says, AIDS is the least of its worries. Monkeypox, super AIDS, and scorching flaming demon herpes is fabric deep all up in that. Is this reality, says Mr. Q? I mean, allegedly, right? I mean, they're as Chad Zumach would say, they're doing it. They're doing it. I don't know how that bill's going to go in Missouri, and quite frankly, it doesn't really affect me, like, at all. But I agree with you. It's like, if you're going to do shit like that, you can't go dressed like that. Like, you're just not going to get taken seriously.
They're accusing you of being Hitler, and you showed up with a mustache and a suit, and not the right one.
Right. That would be like if you wanted to ban the Proud Boys from your community, and like, the Proud Boys are white supremacists and racists, and they all showed up in Klan hoods. It's like, you guys are kind of leaning in a little bit. I don't think this is going to work out for you. Boys and girls, 310 is the number today. We'll do an hour since we fucked up your Friday with the spilly on the Roadcaster. But 310 is the number. Let's get under 300 by the top of the hour here, if you would. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, and gifted memberships. Everybody throw in a little bit, and we'll knock this thing down. Packerbacker says, oh, you've never been to a butt fucking in public? Well, then, how can you judge them? Seriously, folks, we know what drag shows are. We don't need to see one in person to know you shouldn't do it in front of kids.
I've been to drag shows. They aren't butt effings in public. Again,
no, they're not.
But it's, again, very sexualized and something that should not happen in front of kids.
Right, that's all. They can be fun. They can be harmless.
They can be fun. They can be goofy. They can be weird. They can be cringy. They can be bad. But again, all of it, not in front of kids. Not in front of kids.
And plus, kids are no fun.
Yeah.
Like, don't you want to go?
The best part about the drag shows thing is, regardless of what's happening there, it's all adults, and so you can laugh at some of the crude humor. You can laugh at inappropriate things that you shouldn't laugh at. like someone who looks really, really funny in their dress. Like you can laugh at that and you're not worried. Like as if they were a kid, they'd be like, oh, well, that's rude. Or you might, but again, in that kind of jovial atmosphere, it's a lot relaxing. What are you going to drag shows?
Redbird says, why are you going to drag shows, Johnny? I've seen a drag show.
They used to have them at the carpet all the time. They had burlesque shows that had drag portions and everything. Like I knew people that did that stuff. I was helping them with things. I just ended up being at a couple of them. I don't remember.
Wait, what? Hold on.
Me and Jonah went to something. We were doing a comedy show, and there was like a burlesque show after, and I just ended up being there and going to it.
Oh, I thought you said you were in it.
No, God, no.
I was going to say, what the fuck? We got a story
I've never
there.
done anything more than hang back and joke and laugh with people and just, again, enjoy the shows.
Scarface with a good point. I was wrong. He says, yeah, but Aaron, if the Proud Boys showed up in Klan hoods, it would be confusing, being that most Proud Boys are Hispanics. Yeah, you're right. I should have gone a different way with that. Maybe arm patches or something like that. All right, like I said, 310 is the number today. Everybody throw in a little bit. We'll hammer it out. We'll have a good start to the week. We do appreciate your kindness and generosity keeping this show on the air. This next one, I know a lot of people don't want to throw in the towel. They want to, stick around to make things work in their relationships or what have you. But sometimes you miss some warning signs in trying to hang in there, and things can get really out of hand. Things can even maybe get dangerous. Let's go to New York for this next one. Maybe these are two people who should have gone their separate ways at some point. Fish or cut bait, as they say. Maybe it was time to be done before something like this happens. As McKelty Williamson said to Nicolas Cage in Con Air, it's time to fight, fucked, or hit the fence. I think these two should have hit the fence. I'll explain why right after this story.
A woman's feet were amputated, police sources say, after she was pushed onto the subway tracks by her boyfriend and then struck by a train in Lower Manhattan.
So, we have a man, we have his girlfriend, we have her being shoved onto the subway tracks. She gets hit by the subway, and first of all, to get hit by the subway car and only lose your feet is kind of a stroke of luck.
Were you using them?
I mean, to be shoved in front of the subway train by a guy who's clearly fucking had it, I mean, that's not such a good day. But
yeah, that's not the best conflict resolution. I feel like we could have taken different steps here to make this work.
That is amazing, though, like how bad as humans we don't want to be alone. Like, think about that. This guy just didn't want to be alone. He didn't want to be by himself.
He was willing to foot the bill up to a point.
Right. He, no matter what happened, because, your first fight isn't getting thrown in front of the subway.
No.
This is a long time coming. So this guy was so afraid of being alone and being by himself that he hung in there with someone who they're clearly incompatible. And he hung in there until she drove him so nuts that he went, you know what the best way out of this is? I'm going to shove her onto the subway tracks. Nobody should ever put themselves in a position where they feel that way. Nobody should ever be put in a position where they go, look, I could either be alone and work on myself for a little bit, or I could stick it out with this bitch until I want to throw her in front of a train. Like that, the choice there should be easy.
Right? I mean, how many times do you dip your toe in the water and go, nope, not for me, before you just step out altogether?
Exactly.
Just in now, police say a person of interest is in custody, but they have not confirmed whether it's the boyfriend. The 29-year-old woman was hit by a number 3 train at the Fulton Street subway station this morning and somehow survived. She is now in stable condition at Bellevue Hospital.
It was funny to look at the faces.
So some of these
weather. It was funny to look at some of the faces on the police on the subway because New York subway police have just fucking had it.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's so bad down there. It's so awful.
Don't worry, they're gonna get the National Guard in to help you out. Hey guys, remember when Remember when we had those really shitty times in New York and we had to, militarize the subway? Oh.
Oh, yeah, because they put what, like, how many National Guardsmen did they put down in the subway?
In certain places, I don't know, but they're doing like literally bag and purse checks to make sure you don't have isn't that one of those states and areas where it's harder to get a gun?
Yes.
Why do we have to check your purse for weapons?
I think the excuse on the weapons thing in places where they're illegal is like, oh, well, they smuggle them in from other states. So, yeah, that must be it. But no, they've got they've got the National Guard down in the subways, and like Kathy Hochul and Mayor Adams, they're all saying the same thing. They're like, guys, this is totally fine. This is not a big deal, not a bad thing. We're just militarizing the subways. Not really anything you guys need to worry about. I mean, it is, to me, it would be demoralizing if I went down there and I saw the military.
I don't know if you guys remember, I grew up when every time in the movies, when we went kind of, militarizing the police force, it was really kind of a sign of shit going super bad. I don't know if this is a good look.
U-Block says she was threatening to walk out on him, but that's not going to happen now. Yeah, but she might roll out.
She threatened to kick him to the curb. He kicked her to the subway train.
Oh. She can host the Steelfoot podcast. Boom, boom, says Morgan Reeves. Los Federales says, plot twist, National Guard that was sent were illegal aliens in army fatigues. Oh, well, now see, that makes sense.
I honestly, it wouldn't be surprising after some of the other stuff we've found out.
Oh.
They've shipped them in on planes and they won't tell us where. Oh.
U-Block says, I hate when they check my bags and all I have are feet. By the way, U-Block said it was his birthday today.
Oh, well, happy birthday.
Happy birthday to U-Block. Guys, we did get past the 7 o'clock hour, still at 3:10, so if you want to knock that down, please do. Again, PayPal, Streamlabs, Super Chats, memberships, gifted memberships. Thank you very much. All right, Johnny. We got to get real for a second. I have a story for you. It is, I have...
Facts of the minds of neighbors
Quiet.
was
What?
I have not read ahead. I don't know the results. I don't know identities. I don't know anything about this next story. By the way, Matt Melt with $4.99 says, remember when it was racist to use the Guard during the Trump administration? Oh, well, I mean, look, man, unfortunately, that's just how.
Consider the source.
Yeah, consider the source. That's just how this shit goes. When one group is in power, all the shit they do is terrible. And then when the other group gets in power, they get to do the same exact thing, and it's totally fine. I mean, that's.
And it's protecting your freedoms.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's just a tale as old as time. Thank you, Matt Melt. 3:05 away from today. Thank you very much. There was a dog attack in New Jersey.
Okay.
A dog attacked its family and killed one member and seriously hurt another.
Jesus.
I'm not casting any aspersions. I'm not making any guesses out loud.
When are we going to do something about these collies?
Yeah.
Threw Timmy down the well. I've been saying it for every time. It's always convenient. Lassie was the one that had to let everyone know Timmy was in the well. Who pushed him? Who pushed him? He's got a paw print on his ass, Lassie. All right.
These border collies do need to be stopped. They're out of control.
Right.
They're aggressive. They hurt people. Authorities responded to the tragic scene Saturday morning at the home on Marilyn Avenue in the Avenel section of Woodbridge Township. They received a 911 call at 6:17 about people attacked by the family pet. Police arrived to find the mother and baby both suffering from injuries from the dog. Again, baby died. Mom did not. You know what's very interesting about this story, Johnny?
What's that?
No breed.
No breed listed.
Yeah.
It's weird.
No breed. Just a baby. Hold on one second here. Let's go to news. Yeah. No, none of the news stories that I have here say any kind of breed. Yep. No comment from the doctors and the police and the county prosecutors. The investigation is ongoing. Yeah, you're probably right. Border Collie all the way, right?
Yep. The conspiracy to protect America's sweetheart sheepdog continues.
Right. Dead Game says it's the fucking owner. Is it? I have seen all matters of owner. I have seen every type of owner of these dogs. Look, man, I've seen the owners that, keep them in cages and treat them like shit. That's true. I've seen those. I've also seen the ones who go, they were so nice to our children. They were like nanny dogs. They would never hurt a fly. And then one day they just rip somebody's throat out. So, and then when you look at the statistics and you look at the data, it's hard for me to go with it's the owner. It's difficult.
That baby had been abusing that dog its entire 2 months of life.
Right. That baby was pulling on its tail. That baby was pulling on its ear, calling it a half a you-know-what. I mean, that baby really was a piece of shit.
And it was full-blooded gut.
Matt Melt with 199 says, pit bulls. How dare you?
Worldwide.
What? Why would you blame such a prominent worldwide artist for such a tragedy? Scarface says, where did it happen, Aaron? New Jersey. It happened in New Jersey. Trucker 18 Wheeler says, can't ever be the breed of dog. No, never. That's why we see all of these dog attacks. They all tend to, there's a poodle this time and there's a golden retriever this time. And it just, it rotates. That's why. Dead Game says 100% the owner. Says, listen to yourself. They may have kept it caged. That's the goddamn owner. Dead Game, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying I've seen that kind of owner where this happens, but I've also seen the owner where they let it play and they say it's never hurt anyone and it's the most gentle, sweet, kindest dog. What I'm saying is I've heard every type of owner have this thing happen. So it's hard for me to accept that argument. Coltrane says the EBT didn't come through, so they had no dog food. Why?
That's just hurtful.
Do you feel better? Do you feel better after?
And I don't know if people understand this or not. Certain breeds, like literally, this is one of the effed up things because, again, eugenics with people was a horrible, horrible thing, but we can do it to dogs, and it's totally cool. But, yeah, they breed dogs to have certain features. And when you watch shows where they talk about breeds of pets, I had a partner that loved watching those things, so I've seen a lot of these. They'll talk about, and this dog has a great temperament for children. This dog's temperament, this cat's temperament isn't fit for children because it's rambunctious and it has energy and blah, blah, blah. And you'll watch people who do, I watch a streamer that talks about having a finnick fox as a pet, and she'll explain their temperament and their behavior and things like that. They have certain needs and certain things they do, and it'll destroy your furniture, whatever. Why is it so impossible to believe that one breed of animal has a certain temperament and a certain kind of inborn need to just murder the shit out of everything?
Right, or like Rexstart parody account says, luckily no other breed of dog has ever had a shitty owner. Right?
Yeah.
$5 from Tridio says, without the 13th, we wouldn't have to talk about owners and their violent pets. Jesus Christ. 300 even away from today's goal. There you go. Let's get her down to 200 by 8 o'clock, and we're looking good for today. Thank you, guys. PayPal seal hasn't been broken yet. Let's go ahead and do that. Call that a success. If you feel like chipping into the show, of course, we always appreciate it. If you want to become a VIP, get all 3 of our T-shirts, the Steel Toe hoodie, the 5.5-inch vinyl stickers, 2 tickets to every live event, and free entry into the $100 VIP drawing every month. $250 in 1 week makes you a Steel Toe VIP. A lot of people commenting on this, Johnny. I'm going to let you take some of these. I must be a thirsty boy. I'm going to refill this thing and break the seal. And then after that, how excited are you to watch Jimmy Kimmel tell jokes at the Oscars?
Oh, fuck. What did I do? I mean, you're the one who spilled on the roadcaster, not me. Why am I being punished?
Oh, no. You're missing it. I mean, it was the Oscars last night. I mean, the Oscars are great. They're so funny.
All right.
great to
I'm
watch.
sure it'll be awesome.
Also, we have a supermodel named Zeta Vass. She's a guest model, and she wants to know why she isn't allowed to say the N-word in public more often. So get ready to fall in love. We've got Zeta.
If she's Asian, I've met my soulmate.
We've got Zeta Vass and Jimmy Kimmel coming up. I'm going to head out for a second. Be right back. Thank you guys very much. Johnny's got it from here. This is like when Adam Sandler leaves in The Wedding Singer and George takes over. Just don't say
Right.
Culture Club on repeat. And we'll be solid.
I'll try. I noticed he went with a lid today. Probably a good move. Alrighty, let's catch up with the chat. Holy Jesus on Rumble. Love Glass. Wow, Aaron rants about Pitbull. Same rant for 9 years every other month. Well, the rant kind of comes out because the stories keep happening. Landers on Rumble saying Pitbulls were bred to deal with cows, bulls, bears, etc. Any moron that keeps one as a pet deserves to get mauled. Shit's hilarious. I don't know if deserves is the right word, but you should definitely understand that that is not. I don't care how nice it is around your kids. That's not a nanny dog. Like even my parents had a Doberman that was they would insist was a nanny dog. And as I've grown up, I'm like, yeah, you really kind of rolled the dice on that one and got super lucky. Because again, any of these pure breed dogs, pit bulls, Dobermans, Rottweilers, they can all have all sorts of. Rottweilers have a genetic condition where their brain can keep growing, but their skull stops growing because they're a natural animal. So their brain literally keeps growing within their skull, and it causes them to go fucking insane. And that's why if you have a Rottweiler, a Pit Bull, a Doberman, I'm like, yeah, you shouldn't have kids. Those dogs were made for military reasons. That is the same as being like, yeah, I've got an AK-47, but don't worry, it's a nanny gun. No, it's not.
Are you doing phrenology again on the show? I thought I told you to stop. I thought I told you that we were going to get in trouble for that shit one of these days. Were you talking about the three dimples?
I'm talking about dogs, man. It's fine when it's dogs. You know what I mean?
I told you
Like
to
I
stop
said, it's
calling
weird.
them that. Did you
Well,
bring?
That's what they are. They're animals, Aaron. They're goddamn animals.
Welcome to
They walk
Compound.
around on four legs. They shit on the street.
Welcome to Compound Media. You didn't bring out old Ben, did you?
No, no.
Thank God. Thank God.
Old Ben was sent to heaven.
What kind of heaven?
Heaven.
Oh, heaven. Okay. $300 until we hit
Marsh
over.
and the bitches had it. Had him. So
D'Artagnan. I have Marsh. No, it's Mr. Stone Cipher. Have Marsh and her bitches send D'Artagnan to a particular kind of heaven. $300 away from today. If you guys want to contribute, thank you. There's all the links in the chat. It's pinned to the top of the page. Dead Game, I want to give him his fair shake because he's been debating this in the chat all morning, and I want to give him his shot. He says, Bull and Beasers, it's my favorite bar, were my first effing dog. Look it up. Best fucking dogs you'll ever see. All right, I'm interested. I'm in. I'll check out a Bullen Beaser. Jesus Christ. That thing is a monster.
that looks like a Mastiff.
Oh, man, it looks like a tiger. Maybe like a lady tiger. Do they not have like pictures of this dog in existence? Oh, wow. Of New Congo. Jesus.
It does look like a gorilla dog.
Yeah, you went with
Like that particular picture looks like a silverback hound.
Yeah, you went with a jungle dog. Jesus. I mean, look, man, whatever you love. If you can,
That looks like Scooby-Doo.
if you can keep them trained, if
You're an adult, fine. It's the whole thing with pets and kids. Pets and kids is one of those things that you got to be very, very careful about. Even in my household, I wasn't happy with the fact that we brought a kid into like a freaking 4-cat household. And I was like, you realize that the tiny little child doesn't know what it's doing, and the 4 other furry beings are literally armed to the paws and teeth with claws and teeth. Like just.
So you're saying pit bulls are like drag shows?
Yeah, not in front of the kids. Not in front of the kids. Just for adults. Just for adults. And they always have their dick out. Again, just like trash.
It really, the similarities are
It's the same thing.
It's incredible, really. Adam Simon says, Beagle Whippet mix named Marley. Best dog ever. Aren't Whippets like crackhead dogs?
Oh, I thought Whippets were just like crackhead drugs.
Yeah, Whippets.
As a chef, I hate the Whippet community.
No, not the... Sorry,
You always know when the new server is a frickin' Whippet head because all of a sudden all the whipped cream cans have no frickin' air in them. And it's just this wet goo that comes out. That's why half the time in the kitchen, it's always, you got to be someone who knows how to make like actual whipped cream. Like you don't rely on Ready Whip because servers are assholes. And
really? Now, I thought that was a joke. Servers are Whippet heads?
No, not all.
Oh, not all.
But if you get one that is, you'll notice when you start finding once in a while, you find one can, like you opened it and you did like a thing with it and it was like half bet and you put it back. And then you come back the next day and then like that entire half is still there. The weight is still there. But the minute you hit the nozzle, just and it's just watery. And I'm like, oh, so someone took all the nitrous out of this thing.
People in the chat are currently saying Chihuahuas are evil. That's not true. Gordy's a good boy. Hold on.
Yeah, but even if Chihuahuas are evil, like Chihuahuas being evil is like my cat being evil. Like Alucard's evil, but you can literally pet him a couple of times and then he'll start being like, hey, I'm gonna bite you. Yeah. Like even if he does, he's not going to F you up. Like a pit bull is the size of a medium-sized child, at least. It's got weight.
Yeah, Gordy's actually asleep on the sack right now. I was seeing if I could get his attention, but he is out cold. Gordy's a good boy. Are you a good boy? Yeah, he's out. He's done. Dead Game says, making me have to eat Xanax at 8:20, damn you. I'm sorry, buddy. I didn't mean to. We're just having a nice dog conversation. That's all. Redman says, Gordy would kill you if he could. That's why I don't buy a dog
that can.
I've never gotten that argument. They're like, Chihuahuas are so evil. If they were 6 feet tall and 300 pounds, they'd murder everyone. It's like, well, I'm glad they're not.
Yeah, and if pit bulls were the size of Gordy, I think their body counts would be drastically lower.
Right. I wouldn't give a shit about pit bulls if they were the size
You're making our argument.
Right. That's my exact argument. That's what I'm screaming. Is that, yes, the size and the power and the temperament and everything else are a bad combination. Yes, Gordy can be energetic and a little yippy. But guess what? You can also tuck him under your arm like a football, and the problem is solved. Try to do that with a pit bull.
He's afraid of me, and I move at the speed of smell.
Exactly. Rexstart Parody Account says, worst case scenario, you can punt a Chihuahua. Jeez, I mean, I'd rather you didn't. But
it would look hilarious.
Brown Nuts.
Sorry.
No, I'm sorry for stepping on you. How dare I? Brown Nuts becoming a member for his 22nd month. Oh, my God. Says, good morning, all of you ass nuggets. That's an abrupt way to greet people. Snookerman, becoming a member for his 7th month, says, steel toe is my life. Oh, what a dandy fucking life that must be. 300 even, guys. Thank you very much. Scarface. Oh, and give me tips. Becoming a member for his 22nd month. Thank you. Scarface says, I didn't ask what state. I asked what city was the pit bull attack. Oh, okay. Let's go back to that pit bull story. He says, as a New Jersey guy, he can tell us.
We don't know it's a pit bull story. They never listed the breed.
You know what?
For all we know, this is the story that proves it's a Chihuahua. That's why I always say it's a pit bull if they don't list the breed. If it was a breed that helps disprove the Chihuahua.
Plus, how one New York City museum is stepping up following.
Sorry, that auto plays the live stream of their news.
No, I misspoke. Anyway, if there's one story that misproves the pit bull myth, usually the news will be all over like, see, it's not the dog, it's another completely unexplainable case of a Shih Tzu unleashing its shit on everyone else. Like, nope, never happens.
By the way, Scarface, to answer your question, Avenel, New Jersey, is the city it happened in. So we'll wait for Scarface's reporting on the matter and see where we end up. Jimmy Kimmel did the Oscars last night, Johnny. How excited are you? Yeah, that's about right.
I don't know.
You're right. No, that was perfect. That's the level of excitement you should have for the Oscars. I haven't been an Oscars guy for a long time. I think when I was really young, I used to watch them because they would nominate movies that were like popular and that we'd all seen, and it was fun to root for them and root against them. Now it's just like, I hate to say this, but it's like so agenda driven, and all the movies are, as Mickey from Rocky would say, handpicked. That it almost becomes the same thing every year. And then you find out what's Best Picture. Although this year it was Oppenheimer. Oppenheimer ended up winning for Best Picture.
Yeah, it's hard to fight. Like, it's hard to fight ones that are really, really like popular in the culture that get a bunch of attention. But the other reason Oppenheimer won is because it was a smart movie about, again, more than it wasn't as Scorsese would call it. It wasn't a carnival ride or anything like that. It involved a serious subject matter. I feel like all of the movies that we pay attention to at the Oscars now have to be like in a way a heavier movie, like about a serious subject that you have to think about, kind of thing. And
I really hate that, like, they go so safe with the hosts. And I really thought that maybe the Oscars would start copying the Golden Globes when they started having Gervais host it, and like, those were the last entertaining award shows I remember, is when Gervais would get up there and just shit on people. It was fun. And now it's just this big ass-slapping contest, and I don't like it. Oh, by the way, Scarface letting us know that Avenal is in the Rahway area of New Jersey and says, do you want to check the demographics? Not the way you just said it. Not the way that you just brought it up. No, I don't.
I'm a little worried.
Scooby Jooby Jew becoming a member for his 12th month says it's been the worst year of my life. Here's to many more. Sorry, buddy. Sean becoming a member for 8 months says, member for 8 months, all from gifted memberships. Thank you. Brown Nuts with $2 says, take my money. I gave enough to Section 8 people. All right. Well, thank you, buddy. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
$300 away from today's goal. If you'd like to be the first one to throw into that PayPal, the Streamlabs, go ahead and do so, and we will knock this thing down very, very quickly if you want to contribute to this listener donation-supported program. Do you want to hear how goddamn funny Jimmy Kimmel was at the Oscars last night?
Yeah, I know. I want to know what I missed because somebody told me. I was online with some friends. They're like, oh, yeah, it's the Oscars tonight. I was like, wow, didn't know. So, yeah, I got to see what I missed out on.
Well, I mean, Jimmy Kimmel, as you know, here's what's actually, I will say this before I get sarcastic and shitty. One thing about Jimmy Kimmel is that I really liked him back in the day.
Back in the day when he was funny.
He was a guy who was really funny, had really good stuff. And then, unfortunately, and I can't even say I blame him, but he took the money.
Yeah, and he turned to the dark side. Oh, God. And he at least didn't corrode him like it did to Colbert. Like, Colbert went straight Palpatine now. Like, he's melting in front of us.
Yeah, Colbert's a fucking mess. Are you kidding? Oh, my God. The Dancing with Needles thing was that was the Rubicon. That was, I was like, oh, there's no going back for Colbert when you start dancing with the needles. King Kong Dong says, Aaron, hate to bring it up, but the Vikings are fucked at quarterback. You know, I've had time to think about Kirk Cousins.
And the loss of Purple FTW.
I think about him a lot. And you know what I think?
He's down in his hot tub.
I'm going to tell you something. I think I know what's going to happen.
Oh, boy. I'm excited for this. Prophesize, sir.
Kirk's going to go out and test free agency. And he's going to get some offers. And he's going to bring them back to the Vikings. And we're going to make similar offers. And he's going to choose us in the end. I think we're going to get Kirk back. I do. I think that he would be stupid not to test free agencies. Or to test free agency. Because if he can gather a bunch of offers from teams, he can bring them back to us where he ultimately wants to be. And he can use it as leverage. That's all.
So are you Are you purchasing any length of rope in case your prediction is entirely wrong?
No, our knives are sharp enough. Thank you. Rusty Grammer becoming a member for 22 months says, Jimmy doesn't even sell tickets. Tom Thompson says, I'm Vikings coping. No, we're going to be okay. Don't you worry. We're going to be just fine. Kirk's going to be back. We're all going to be a family again. That's the way this thing's going to go. All right, let's go to the Oscars and the Jimmy Kimmel stuff. You know, Johnny, Jimmy Kimmel made fun of the SAG Screen Actors Guild and union strikes during his Oscars monologue. Now, wait a minute.
Oh, goody.
But wait,
wasn't
he one of the guys who made a podcast when the strike happened?
I have no idea.
To like give money to strike people?
I stopped paying attention to Jimmy Kimmel a long time ago. And so, yeah, I don't know what he did during the strike. I just know in general, like whenever someone comes up like, hey, I've got humor about a very pointed subject or topic, I'm like, oh, great. One thing I love is when it's already baked into the cake. So I'm like, I don't know about strike humor. Because, again, I don't really care. I thought the strike was about kind of stuff that really doesn't affect me and ultimately kind of BS because we don't want you to use AI. And it's like, yeah, but they're gonna.
Right.
What are you going to do about it?
Or like the hologram thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Q says something Task Force 5. Strike Force 5, that was it. Him, let's see, it was Kimmel, Seth Meyers, Jimmy Fallon, Stephen Colbert, James Corden? No. So there were 5 of them. There were 5 late night hosts.
And it sounds like so far, it sounds like they were all shitty. I noticed Gutfeld wasn't listed in there. It's like, all right, so we don't have anyone who's funny.
Yeah, the podcast was as terrible as you think. I mean, they had Trevor Moore. No, it wasn't Trevor Moore. Noah was the other one. Trevor Moore's dead. Trevor Moore was actually funny. That's why he had to go. But no, that podcast really showed you like how much those guys need writers. Terribly. It was a really bad podcast. About as bad as you'd think it would be putting those 5 together to do a podcast during the strike with no show prep. It was that bad. Kimmel, April's Parents Hobby Farm says Kimmel and Howard both bought into the brainwashing. I think Kimmel just took the money and he just did his job and it hurt his actual ability. Howard just got old and different and changed a bunch, and I don't know. Actually, thinking about what happened to Howard does legit make me sad. Legit bums me out. Bleezer says, why would you bring up Trevor Moore? Now I'm sad and thinking about how the CIA is evil. Well, I always want you thinking the CIA is evil, so that part's a good thing. Right?
I just love so much of his work. Not only was it insightful and like it was just super fun and funny. Like the universe of cats thing, that whole song and premise is just kind of cute and funny. The facts in it are horrifying, but oh my God, was that a great skit.
Kitty History was a great sketch, but you're right. I feel the same way you do. When you go and you Google the shit that he says in Kitty History, you're like, oh my God, that was true.
And then they're like, yeah, and then he fell off of a balcony and died. I'm like, fell, did he? Fell. Weird that he fell.
Happens all the time. No, it is. It's one of those things where the Trevor Moore deal, like I Googled the lady. The thing that shook me up about that one is Kennedy didn't want to get involved more in Vietnam, and Johnson's wife was the main stockholder in Bell Helicopter. Yeah. And then we went to war in Vietnam, and they made a fuckload of money. A lot of money. All right, let's watch Jimmy Kimmel, guys. Let's learn how to be entertainers.
We learned a lot while we're out on those picket lines. The strike raised existential questions about our industry, like if a movie premieres at the Grove and there are no actors there to promote it, does Mario Lopez make a sound? And now that the strike is over...
I don't know what that joke meant. You know what's funny is a bunch of actors getting in a room telling jokes to each other that only they get. That's the other thing about the Oscars that I can't stand. It is ball washing to the extreme.
It's literally an inside, like, it's a show for the people inside the industry.
Right.
At this point, none of us care. Like, we don't know your inside jokes. We don't know. None of us gave a shit about any of that. If it isn't in the special features, I guarantee you nobody knows about it.
Right.
Now that Fran Drescher has returned to her volunteer work, reading loudly to the hearing impaired, we can be proud of the fact that this long and difficult work stoppage taught us that this very strange town of ours, as pretentious and superficial as it can be, at its heart is a union town. It's not just a bunch of heavily Botoxed, Hailey Bieber smoothie drinking, diabetes prescription abusing, gluten-sensitive Nepo babies with perpetually shivering chihuahuas. This is a coalition of strong...
That's weird. Like, the joke was okay, but dude, his delivery sounds like he doesn't give a shit to be there.
Yeah, it's almost like he's trying to emulate Ricky Gervais, but he has no, like, Ricky Gervais, like, you know, said it and he meant it. Like, you know, he made the Jeffrey Epstein joke. I know he's your friend. I don't care.
That was
like,
that was such a funny line, is when he made an Epstein joke. Some of them didn't laugh. And yeah, you're right. He just goes, shut up. I know he's your friend. I don't care. And he was some of their friends.
Strong, hardworking, mentally tough American laborers, women and men who would 100% for sure die if we even had to touch the handle of a shovel. But the reason we were able to make a deal is because of the people who rallied beside us. So before we celebrate ourselves, let's have a very well-deserved round of applause for the people who work behind the scenes, the Teamsters, the truck drivers, the lighting crew, sound, camera, gaffers, grips.
You know, all the people we fucked over by going on strike.
You know, all the people who couldn't, you know, just weather the storm because they had millions and millions of dollars just stacked up.
Right.
Because they get paid a lot. I love how the actors and the high-end people act like, this strike was an important cause, and this is yeah, and none of them get paid decent wages, especially compared to you guys, and I don't see any of you willing to take a cut. This is always the thing I keep saying to people, like, when we need to be paying the people at the bottom, they need to make more, they need to make a better living wage. You're never going to find a person at the top willing to sacrifice that money for the person at the bottom to get more. So explain to me where the money comes from.
It is weird to watch a multi-millionaire thank a bunch of plebs for sitting by on the sidelines while they struck. That's,
yeah, because I mean, literally,
I'd almost be pissed if I were
there?
one of the truck drivers.
I'd be upset if I was one of the plebs. Like, yeah, I don't get to go on a show and now make millions of dollars. I went on strike and I got my job back. That's like my big win.
Yeah. It's not like the truck drivers got a couple extra bucks. No, all the rich actors got to, well, and it was about, like, AI and making more money, like the studio's making money off your AI image.
And the actors protecting their images so their images and likenesses couldn't be used without their consent, especially after their death and things like that. They're like, oh, no, they're going to use AI to replace us. I don't want to do this movie, but we want... You know, they want someone who looks like me, so they'll make an AI me that says and does everything. Okay, I can understand not wanting that to be in there, but the writers, like the writers' AI thing was just they don't want writers to be kicked out because studios will use AI programs.
Right.
And there's already stories all over the world about literal writers using AIs to do their work. There's a lady in Japan who literally had an AI write her recent best-selling book. She's like, I typed everything in that I wanted it to do. I hit go, and then I refined it when it came out. Yeah. And she admitted to all that.
Yeah, here's Jimmy Kimmel again thanking all the poor people who didn't work because he had to strike. And, you know, people were asking, was Jimmy, I think you asked, was Jimmy Kimmel out there on the front lines? I don't know if he was out there all the time. I know he had to do his really brave podcast with the other late night hosts. So, you know, Jimmy was contributing in other ways, you know, working. Fucking guy.
That's right. All the people who refuse to cross the picket lines, there they are. If you're wearing Skechers to the Oscars, take a bow. Come on, guys, take a bow. Take a bow. You deserve it. Thank you for standing with us.
Now get the fuck out of here because the show has to continue. I want them to give the truckers and the people who didn't cross the picket line the go away music. It's like
I like the I like the Skechers line. Just it seemed kind of like a dick. All the people who wore Skechers to the Oscars, take a bow because you're too poor to afford real shoes. I mean, you couldn't even rent a tux, let's face it. But I've got millions and millions of dollars. Came here in a limo and paid a Filipino man boy to blow me on the way here. But all of you guys that can't afford shoes.
Allegedly.
I'm doing a character. This is all an impersonation. None of it's real.
In Johnny's opinion.
And also, we want you to know that in your upcoming negotiation, we will stand with you, too.
That's a funny one. We just want to let you know in your upcoming negotiations, we will stand with you, too. I'm sure.
Right.
I know that Jimmy Kimmel will be out there on the front line for the fucking truckers strike when they can't
He's willing to be like, hey, man, you give these people what they want or I walk.
Yeah. Right, yeah. I'm standing up for them, mister. Oh, shit. People in the chat. I saw someone in the chat. I just lost it, but they were talking about Haiti. We're going to talk about Haiti today. Holy shit, is that just... It's just a nightmare. I mean, it's literally the Bloods and the Crips are taking over the country. It's crazy. Like, we're out of there. We evacuated Haiti.
Yeah, I think it was Hobo Chili Recipe saying something about, remember when Conan said Haiti was beautiful?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Conan went to Haiti, and he told us, he goes, I don't believe what you hear. Haiti's great. It's not looking great right now, my man. Boys and girls, if you'd like to support our show, please do. We are $300 away from today's goal. If we could knock that out, that would be great. If you can help us get down to 200 by the top of the hour, that would be awesome. No PayPal so far today. Let's get that started. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, all those links are up in the chat. Super chats, memberships, and gifted memberships all count as well. So please and thank you. We're off to a slow start today, but hopefully you guys get a little rally going. You're usually very good at that, and we can set our mind at ease, at least in that regard. Jimmy Kimmel also last night at the Oscars got a little girl power in there.
Okay.
You got to get your girl
do
power.
that.
Yeah, got to get your girl power in at the Oscars. He was very mad that Margot Robbie and Greta Gerwig weren't nominated for Barbie for Best Director and Best Actress. Let's hear the jokes.
Barbie. Barbie was a monster hit. What a thing. What an achievement to take a plastic doll nobody even liked anymore. I mean, my wife, before this movie, you'd have had a better chance of getting my wife to buy our daughter a pack of Marlboro Reds than a Barbie doll. Now Barbie's a feminist icon thanks to Greta Gerwig, who many believe deserved to be nominated for Best Director. Hold on a second. I know you're clapping, but you're the ones who didn't vote for her, by the way. Don't act like you had nothing to do with this.
Watching this, I'm having a difficult time because I still want to like Jimmy Kimmel. He's kind of a likable guy. But it's just that the dog shit that comes out of his mouth sometimes is just so, like, in a way he's become a propaganda minister. But, like, his delivery, his attitude, his demeanor, everything else, I still want to like the guy.
I just don't care anymore. It seems like either he's given up or just not the Jimmy Kimmel I remember. So I'm just like, I just don't want to see it.
Like, see, to me, Seth Meyers has always been irritating.
Yeah.
But like Jimmy Kimmel, I think I still want to like him.
I'm holding on to the man show, Jimmy Kimmel.
Right.
I don't want to leave out Margot Robbie. Margot put this giant hit together. She did. Margot Robbie.
Oh, giant hit. I'm sorry. I misunderstood.
Yeah, I was looking and I was like, no, they're average. Like, look, I've got no complaints, but I'm not like, wow.
I mean, they're great, Jimmy, but giant. I mean, let's pump the brakes a little, buddy.
Ryan
By the way,
Gosling
did she do anything more than act in it? I thought she was just the lead actress in all of these movies.
I don't
Why
know.
are we acting like Margot Robbie is somehow underappreciated for everything she's doing? I'm like, is she just not just the actress? Is she doing more than I realize? Like,
I don't know. I thought she was just starring in the movie. Maybe they mean she did such a great job as Barbie that she kind of brought the whole thing to life. I mean, that makes sense.
Tonight. Look, kids, it's Barbie and Ken sitting just near each other. Ryan and Margot, I want you to know that even if neither one of you wins an Oscar tonight, you both already won something much more important, the genetic lottery.
Come on. You got to give credit.
That's
not a bad one, right? Someone else wrote, this was the best part of Jimmy Kimmel's monologue, and it was a shot of a dog sitting on a chair in the theater, turning his head sideways.
okay.
Yeah, I didn't hear too much about the Oscars. I didn't hear a lot of people talking about it. A lot of people.
I didn't even know they were happening until, like I said, they were literally happening. So I was like, oh, the Oscars are on right now. I was like, oh, didn't know, don't care.
I just don't think average people really do care. Jive Turkey, becoming a member for their 22nd month, says, if you haven't seen the movie Miss March with Trevor Moore, it's definitely worth a watch. Thank you. I'll check it out for sure. Hero Yam Silva says, bogus argument. Hollywood is unionized and everyone is well paid because of it. I'm just saying, I don't think Jimmy Kimmel's going to the trucker strike. That's all. Hobo Chili says, Jimmy Kimmel did a USO show in Kosovo many moons ago. He was a hack then and still is. Wow. Aristocock TX. Oh, the Aristococks are here today. Whoa, Aaron is fatter than I remember. It's hurtful. It's really hurtful. Sage with $5 says, speaking of Barbie movie. Okay, let's check it out. $2.95 away from today's goal. Keep her going, guys. Thank you very much for your contributions and keeping this show going. Let's take a look.
Oh, Barbie. People seeing Barbie movie. And somebody asked me, they said, hey, buddy, you seen Barbie? You seen Barbie movie? And I said, no, I haven't seen it because, well, I'm an adult male. And I'm not seeing Barbie movie because I'll tell you why. I think it is for children or gay children or child gays or whatever. I don't know. I don't want to offend anybody. I do not know the terminology. And it's Barbie and I'm an adult man. So I don't want to see it. Look, when I was a child, if a man saw Barbie movie, then your mom was going to leave that man. And that's how you got a stepdad. Jesus. People were like, hey, what happened to your dad? Well, he saw the Barbie movie. And my mom read between the lines and realized he was probably rubbing dudes off by the Shonies. Oh,
I'm trying to find an argument with anything he just said. And quite frankly,
he's kind of right.
He's not wrong.
Even as a kid, I would have not been interested in the Barbie movie because I don't play with Barbies. Like, I don't.
Yeah.
It would never have been like, oh, I want to see a Barbie movie.
Dude, like, I understand. Like, I get, like, women's nostalgia for it. I totally get that. I totally understand why a lot of women wanted to go see that movie. But, yeah, dudes going to see it. Yeah.
You know what movies I watch because of childhood nostalgia, even if they're utter crap? Transformers and G.I. Joe.
Really?
So, like, yeah, dude, I've watched all of the G.I. Joe movies, and I regret to say I just watched Transformers, like, Primal War, or what their Beast Wars mix.
Yeah.
That they did with the animals. Just watched that one recently. That one had a little bit of kind of wokey stuff in it, but it was overlookable.
Sure.
So.
But all in all, pretty good.
Yeah, it wasn't bad.
SC Motorsports says, yawn count 1. Oh, no, I've been hiding them real well today. It's more than 1, SC Motorsports. Jesus. $2.95 is today's goal. If you guys want to help knock that out, please do. I've cashed like 1.5 of these. I'm going to go one more time. I've been drinking way too much water and soda. I've got 2 of these down today.
What are you, your roadcaster? Stop drinking so much liquid.
I'm like a damn camel today. I can't help it. I'll be right back in a couple of minutes.
Camels
Johnny's going to take over from here. And then I just think this is a good place to stop for a minute because we have this Zeta Vass audio, this beautiful guest model who really wants to know why she can't say the N-word. And I don't know about you. I'm ready to hear her out.
I want to hear if she's really beautiful, I want to see the black person that goes, yeah, no, she can't. She can't say it. It's wrong.
If she can't get away with it, then the word's truly dead for us. That's all I'm saying. All right, I'll be back in just a minute.
Well, the only way that I would see anyone having a problem with it is if maybe she's like, like Icelandic Norwegian white, blonde hair, blue eyes, like holy crap, like Ice Queen white. Other than that, I can't see why anyone would have a problem. He ain't wrong. Barbie was a feminist movie. Barbie might have been a feminist movie. Again, it's a movie for chicks, even if it's a feminist movie. If it isn't a feminist movie, again, what is it? Just stupid eye candy? Again, for chicks. Doesn't matter whether it's an agenda-driven movie or just complete and utter, brain garbage. It's literally for chicks. It's a Barbie movie. So I don't know why anyone would care. A stupid camel would hold its urine, hence they don't need water. Well, Hobo Chili Recipe, it's not quite that it holds its urine, it holds a lot of the water. But again, yeah, I feel like Aaron doesn't understand that the fluids leaving dehydrates. Can't say I saw it, says Devil Pup. I mean, I'm not like gonna super question somebody who saw the Barbie movie, like if they went with a chick. They'd be like, oh, I took my girlfriend to see the Barbie movie. And I'm like, all right, you're earning points. I get it, right? Like somebody wanted a hand job, so they took their girlfriend to the Barbie movie. That's absolutely fine. But if you're like, nah, man, I went to the Barbie movie. And I'm like, oh, with like your girlfriend, or you take your niece, your sister. No, I just went to check it out. And then that's someone who's immediately like moving down my friends list and contact list. Because I'm like, all right, I don't know where the line is, but I don't want to get drunk and then find out one night. And he's like, yeah, I'm kind of into dudes. I'm like, all right, yeah, that checks.
Barbie movie for a hand job?
I don't know. Again, what?
That's not a good return on investment.
I don't know what I don't barter for sex, so I don't know what a Barbie movie buys you. Okay, when I'm in a relationship, the whole having sex part thing is just kind of a thing.
Yeah,
and it's like if I were to do like a Barbie movie thing, like that wouldn't be rewarded with more like sex or anything like that. So
a hand job is worth nothing. I'm sorry. I'm not going to sit here and engage.
I don't know, man.
I'm not going to sit here and engage in this new age propaganda with you. The kids don't enjoy hand jobs.
I don't know.
Hand jobs are evergreen shit.
You're up on what the kids like sexually, huh?
No. I'm just saying that well, you know what? You're right. No, because now you've put me in a position where if I attest to no, now you're making me
you in a pedo.
Yeah, you put me in a pedo corner. I don't want to be in pedo corner.
Nobody puts baby in a pedo corner.
It's the only corner poor baby gets put in. Unfortunately. Jesus. Leave me out of fucking pedo corner.
Poor little Chinese baby.
Leave me out of pedo corner. That's what they should call it when like drag queens go to read to kids at libraries.
But we can't.
That'll be the compromise. We'll never ban it again as long as we can just call it pedo corner. And then the problem will take care of itself. Mo Green says hand jobs are okay if the guy is hot. No, wait a minute. No,
look, man, $20 is $20. What are we talking?
No, you don't want. First of all, does the hotness of someone matter in a hand job?
And like, if it's lights off, lubed on with a glove, like, is it gay or just making money? I want to know.
I just can't. Like, who would want one? Like, who's craving a hand job to the point where they would go see a movie to get one? Like, a hand job should be a thing.
I'm going
where,
crazy out there by the movie theater.
I'm going crazy out there by the lake. I'm looking for some action. And I said, what kind of action? And he says, what do you think? What kind of action? I said, hand job action. I said, I don't procure that kind of thing. What do you think I am? And he goes, what do you think I am? A jerk? So I don't say nothing. And he goes, last guy who called me a jerk, he's dead now. And I don't mean from old age. And he says, so what do you think about that? And I don't say nothing. And he goes, man, I'm going crazy out there by the lake. Well, at first I thought White Bear Lake, but then I thought, well, maybe closer to Moose Lake.
Jesus.
Which, by the way, I love Fargo. It's one of my favorite movies of all time. But White Bear Lake and Moose Lake are nowhere near each other. They are too far away from each other geographically for that to work. All right, let's get to the Nazi model. I want to talk about this woman. She is she's after my heart, and I'm trying to outrun Cupid's arrow on this Zeta Vass. She's a guest model who was doing, I don't know if it was an Instagram live stream. I think it might have been an Instagram live stream. You know, people criticize celebrities, especially like models and things like that, for like talking through publicists, you know, where they, you know, they give all these statements and it doesn't seem authentic and it doesn't seem like them. Right. It just seems like somebody's speaking for them. I have the reason why right here as to why models speak through publicists and PR people and things like that. Because when they're left to their own devices, they do shit like this. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the beautiful and talented Zeta Vass.
So this is something that's been on my mind for years.
Wow. Mine too, honey. Mine too.
I'm just going to say yes. I'm okay with it.
She gets a pass?
She gets a pass. Is she single?
Well, that's all she wants to know. Remember, she's been wondering this for years.
How does she feel about spinners? My chair has wheels.
Years and years. And I think everyone is a little too scared to talk about it. And
fuck yeah, then you pick up that brave mantle, honey, and you run that thing all the way across the goal line. I know I just did a mantle and football reference, and that totally doesn't work, but she's a beautiful model who wants to talk about why she can't say the N-word. I say we hear her out.
Jessica Biel's younger, hotter sister should get to do whatever she wants.
And it's the best part about it is it's so fucking stupid. Like, she's so dumb, but it's perfect and it's beautiful and it's wonderful. And she's so full of wonderment and curiosity. And she doesn't, I think what I love about this is it's not like, say like if Gavin McInnes were to go on this rant. He knows he's getting in trouble at the end of it. He knows people are going to bitch and yell at him. What I love about her is she totally thinks that this is a fine conversation to have. It's always wonderful to watch people think that we can still just discuss shit openly in this country.
What you're saying is her ignorance is so delightfully enjoyable.
I think she's adorable with her naivete, but let's continue.
I understand why, because if we ever say anything about this situation, there's a lot of backlash. When I am in a concert that I have paid money for, and I am enjoying the music of an African-American artist that I support financially, just as everybody else in the audience.
By the way, is anyone else hearing semi-slave argument right now?
Look, I am feeding this person. I am putting clothes on their back. All I'm saying is that, look, in a way, they're kind of my... Whoa.
I gave this Negro money. I should be allowed to call him the N-word. What the hell is going on?
Guten Tag and Heil Hitler. Apparently we are living in Nazi Germany.
Should make her feel at home. There you go. Now you can say it. All right, let's continue. So she says, look, if I've given this black guy money and he's rapping on stage, continue.
And I love their lyrics, and I am there in good spirits. So clearly I'm not a racist, right?
Of course. Honey, would I shudder at the thought.
And I've let a whole bunch of them inside me at one point or another. Clearly, I'm not a racist. I've pissed off my own father.
Wait a minute. These are spurious allegations you're coming out with. Why would you? I mean, she seems like a nice enough gal. She would tell us if that was the case.
Right.
How dare
I'm just joking. These are jokes, people.
I've given you money, black man. Let me say your offensive lyrics. First of all, who says you
clean
can't?
My shoes?
Wouldn't that be funny? She goes up to YG after a concert and goes, "My shoes are a little scuffed. You think you could buff those out?"
Oh, that would be hurtful.
She just goes up to Jay-Z afterwards and she goes, shine. All right, so Zeta Vass, the lovely and talented Zeta Vass, is at a concert. She's paid money to a black man, and she wants to ask a question.
And I am there in good spirits, so clearly I'm not a racist.
Right.
Right?
Right.
But I can't sing along to all the words in the song, right? Because when the N-word comes up, for some reason, I must shut my mouth.
Fucking based. I love that she's mad about it. I love that this is something that's been a problem for her, as she said, for years. She's like, all I've wanted to do is go to these concerts and just shout the N-word at the top of my lungs, and nobody lets me. I love
again, I feel like I met my soulmate.
Right? And then you sit there and wonder about it. And you're like, I like people being off the cuff. I like people being open and honest. But at the same time, now I totally get the necessity for publicists.
I get the necessity for publicists, and I hate to be saying this, but is she wrong? Really? I mean, like, again, like...
Oh, no. First of all, I think she's a giant fucking pussy. Just shout the word at the goddamn concert. Just go for it.
Yeah, dude. Again, what are they going to do? Cite you with a social justice crime? Like,
right.
Oh, no, she was uttering hateful rhetoric. So was the performer.
Right.
Okay, like, I get the whole thing, like, that people are like, oh, that word is hateful, blah. I feel like we need to really, really reinforce the understanding of context.
Right.
Any word can be hateful if it's intended with hateful intent. But again, if she's jumping up and down, she's like, and you mind it, and that's part of the lyrics, I don't think that's hateful. I think that's, again, bringing us together. We're all being part of a group.
Yeah.
Again, that's unity, not separating us. So why can't she? And again, she must look. I dare to say she probably looks very cute saying it. I'd like to see her say
I
the
bet
N-word.
you her mouth making that word would just be beauty personified. Be like an angel playing a harp. Just listening to her. Mod, we eat, mod, get a plate.
At this point,
I bet you she's really good at it, too, because if she's sitting here going, for years, I've wondered why I can't yell that word. When a black performer uses it in a concert I'm at, I'm sure she's crushing it in her car.
Right. In her private life, she's belting that bitch.
Oh, yeah.
I really think it's
with an arched back.
Obnoxious that everybody who is not African American cannot sing this word, even if they're there in good spirit and, you know, have love for the same. It's just, there's no other culture that I know of. So maybe it's an ignorance on my part.
No, don't you ever. Don't you ever. You are fine. Don't you get introspective on me now, sweetheart. Don't you fucking dare.
Maybe it's a me thing. I don't know if your female programming's busted, but isn't that supposed to go right out the window?
Yeah.
You guys aren't supposed to ever assume you're the problem, especially
Never.
the hot ones.
Yeah, you're good.
Oh, shit. Does she have a ring on her finger? She's stupid. Fuck her.
I don't know if that's the ring, though. That could be the ring. My thing is this. This is a conversation we certainly can have, in my opinion. I think this is a conversation we absolutely can have. However,
I don't know if she should be the one having it.
I was just going to say, I don't know if the 20-something-year-old model who's been catered to her entire life is the person to, you know, bring this conversation up. That's all.
Anybody can be wrong about anything, but I've never heard of anybody not being able to say a word. The N-word is not derogatory. You use it.
I love her.
Okay,
I love her.
I agree that now it's become very, very flexible, and its meaning, its inflection, and everything demands context. But to say it's not derogatory, are you fucking retarded?
Hey, how dare you? She is under my cloak of protection. You will leave her alone.
I'm just saying, is she one of my people? Because, hey, what's up? I am too. I get it.
If I love her, then she gets to be wrong, and I get to defend her. That's how this shit works.
It is a term of endearment towards each other. So
Go back. Go back. That part's too good. One more time, Zeta. God bless you.
a word, the N-word, is not derogatory. You use it as a term of endearment towards each other. So
right, like when I tell someone in my house to go get me a beer or cut my grass or change my car's oil or anything else. It's a term of respect and endearment. That's all it is. Like I said, man, she is just God's gift. She's too good.
when I hear it in your music, I also want to use it as a term of endearment. But I'm not going to go that far and say, hey, now I want to start being able to say, what up, to my friends.
See, she's being reasonable.
Right.
She's telling you
but
what
I don't think she did her research. I mean, DMX didn't necessarily use it as a term of endearment in his songs.
No, it was usually somebody was stitched up from gunshot wounds and being beaten to death. And
yeah, so I'm just saying, I feel like the word, again, has a lot of flexibility. She has a point, but she's losing it. She's losing the sight of the forest through the trees here. She needs to...
Her? How dare you?
I just want to be able to go to a concert and not have to suddenly, like a weirdo, pause when a word comes up because I might get, like, accused of being a bad person. Like, makes no sense.
God bless. And that was her take on the subject. I love that, like, her consequence in her mind. The consequence is not like I'm going to get canceled or I'm going to lose my job or anything like that. Her consequence is people are going to look at me funny and call me a name.
Right. And I still think that, no, they won't.
No.
I don't think anyone's going to have a problem with her singing along to the song. I don't think anyone's going to, because one, I don't think she goes out looking schlubby. I bet she goes out dressed up and, decked out to the nines. So I really doubt that any person, especially any guy, is going to be like, oh, well, she said the N-word. I got a problem. If anyone had a problem with her over it, it would be probably a lady of color because, again, they'd be like, oh, this hot chick is just saying shit and she's going to snatch up all the brothers. I'm going to call her a racist before that happens.
Yeah, doing the whole I want to use the N-word at a concert, but someone might mean mug me a little bit. It's not really the high stakes gamble that you think it is. Red Fox Mad, thank you for the $4.99. What do we have here? How to become a seat filler at the Oscars. Someone sent me. All right, we can take a look at that later. Thank you for the $4.99. Appreciate that.
I'd like it if she worked the word into her modeling gig, like she comes down the runway, and now in the latest chiffon dress, then she turns, and then just
mixing it up everywhere. That's the problem. We let her say it at concerts, and now she can't stop herself. She's out of control. $2.95 is the number today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. If you guys want to go on a rally for us, let's knock that down a little bit. Let's make it a successful start to the week here. $2.95 is the number. If you'd like to contribute, knock that down. If we go to zero, I'll do an hour today, seeing as we fucked you over on time on Friday with me, yes, spilling an entire Yeti of water on the Roadcaster. Sorry. Yeah, Mo Green says, this humongous seems like a reasonable sort. Nana's Clam says, this girl saying like so much really makes me wish the BS show didn't have it. Shut up, Nana's Clams. Los Federales says, Aaron, would you get a BJ from Blair White? How many beers would it take? Nothing against Blair White. Nothing against that community in general. But it's just a line I can't cross. I just can't cross the trans woman line.
American YouTuber.
Yeah, she's like a conservative trans woman activist, podcaster kind of a person. It's a good question, Los Federales, and I appreciate it, but no, I can't cross it. I can make jokes all day, but I can't cross it. Everything. Bobby Baloney says everything against Blair White. All right, I was trying to be nice, but you're right. Everything against Blair White. 295 is the number. Let's go ahead and hammer that out. People wanted to see Zeta Vass pictures. Here you go.
I mean, yeah, I feel like she'd get away with it.
Right, that's just it. She's like, why can't I say it? Why won't they let me say that word? And I'm like, have you ever...
Who's stopping you, honestly?
Right.
Who stops you doing anything?
Have you ever really tried? Have you ever given it a shot? Because I don't think you're getting stopped. Like you said, maybe black women.
Maybe black women. Just again, because they're more worried about you taking any of the guys in the club from them anyway. So anything they can lobby against you to kind of shut that down and be like, well, you know that is racist. And it's just like, okay.
What are they even conserving if Blair White is involved, says Bobby Baloney. I've always thought that about people who call themselves conservatives. I thought that was very interesting because, like, today, like, modern-day conservatives, you're like, okay, what are you conserving? Like, you just kind of seem to be rolling with it. I think it was Michael Malice who said that conservatism is liberalism driving the speed limit, whereas they end up there anyway at some point.
Right.
Yeah.
I thought you were about to say Michael Moore, and it'd be like, oh, God, Michael Moore talking about conservatives. Here we go.
No, Michael Moore was talking about food. He wouldn't stop talking to me about Chicago dogs. I thought it was weird. Veldrain,
stop eating.
Veldrain with $5 says it's a slippery slope to have people say the N-word at concerts. Next thing you know, are only black people. You are only black if you vote for one side. Yeah, I mean, remember, you don't want that to be the case. Thank you, Veldrain. We are 290 away from today's goal. If you guys would like to contribute to today's program, the links are in the chat. Go ahead and click them. Throw in a few bucks, and let's keep knocking that number down. While I open up the 7 o'clock hour stories, of course, in the 8 o'clock hour, let's talk about our friends at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Of course, at Stoney's, they have a great selection of beer, wine, and liquor. Great place to go watch all those Big Ten tournament games this weekend at Stoney's. And then, of course, the NCAA tournament, March Madness, starting right after that. Stoney's also pool tables, darts, live music every single weekend. The best dive in central Minnesota. That's our buddy Cheetos and his team at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing. Of course, All Care with the trucks and wreckers for motorcycles all the way up to heavy-duty equipment. They can tow it all, and they do it in great timing. Nobody there quicker than All Care Towing. I love these guys. They're fantastic. If you need them in central Minnesota, call them. I hope you never do need a tow, but sometimes we all do, and I hope you use All Care. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. Of course, our friends at Midland Armory have a great selection of handguns, shotguns, rifles, optics, knives, parts and gear, you name it, magazines, they've got it all at Midland Armory. You can either go to their store in downtown Foley, Minnesota, or you can go to their website, midlandarmory.com. That's midlandarmory.com for our friends at Midland in Foley. Use the promo code SteelToe to get a great discount with Midland Armory. Guys, help us out on that 290 this morning, and let's make it a good start to the week. I would appreciate that. Please and thank you. All the links are in the chat. Let's have this be a group effort today. Johnny, have you been watching what the hell has been going on in Haiti?
I know a little bit about it. They kicked the government and the president out. The gangs have taken over most of I guess the city.
Yeah.
They jailbroke the entire prison, I guess.
Yes, and then I believe armed them.
Oh, goody.
Yeah, I think they're armed. But anyway, Haiti, yes, is basically, it's like if Bill the Butcher in Gangs of New York got a hold of the state of New York and he just started running it. Like him and the fucking natives were just running the whole show. The country is essentially being run by gangs. They've taken over the capital. The U.S.-backed government has left the city. The prime minister of Haiti is stranded in Puerto Rico because he's afraid to return. Yeah, that would be like a weather delay for me.
Yeah.
If I'm the prime minister of Haiti and they're like, hey, man, you going to catch your flight back? And I'm like, I don't know. I might get a little too much turbulence. The United States has also evacuated their embassy and left Marines there to guard the embassy from the rebels. To say things have gotten out of control is an understatement. I don't know how any of this happened. I don't know how any of this got started. I don't know if just like some guys in Haiti, had a wild hair up their ass one day and then just decided that they were going to jailbreak a prison and take over the country. I don't know. I do know that Haiti's been one of the poorest and most mismanaged countries in the history of the world.
Yep.
I know that the people there live in squalor and it's really bad. So I guess all I can say is they didn't have too far to fall.
At least the chaos isn't like, a real destruction of their societal standards. They were already at that shitty level. It's just this is a different shade and a different color. It's nice.
So
it's
let's get caught up with what's going on in Haiti, and then we'll show you some pictures from the gangs attacking the presidential palace. Here we go.
A surge of violence in Haiti has triggered a power struggle in a country under the de facto rule of criminal gangs. Armed groups are seeking to oust Prime Minister Ariel Henry and have threatened genocide if he does not step down.
Jesus.
Here are the three men vying to control Haiti, a country on the brink of civil war.
I don't know. Are you really on the brink of civil war or are you in civil war?
I feel like if you have three gang-like factions vying for control while your prime minister is kind of in another country fleeing for his life, that's peak civil war.
Yeah, I feel like that. I don't feel like you're on the brink of civil war. I think you're neck deep in it at that point.
Fueling the violence is gang leader Jimmy Kimmel, known as Barbecue. The former...
Fuck off with that. Are you kidding me? So the guy running Haiti is named Barbecue. That's too perfect.
People have been saying it in the chat, and for a while, I did not know if it was a fact or not. I was waiting for someone in the video to say it.
Fucking Barbecue is running Haiti. Do you know how shit of a country you live in that a guy named Barbecue can take over your country? See, in this country, a guy named Barbecue can't make it to the end of his own street before somebody grabs him and says, nope, we got to take him in. In Haiti, Barbecue can run the joint.
Police officer presents himself...
Of course, his vice president's name, not sure. People forget that.
He is his uncle is Corn Pop. So.
Oh, well then.
As a revolutionary leader who says he is defending the poor against the country's wealthy elite. Though NGOs say he is unlikely to be endorsed by the US, which sanctioned him in 2018 for his role in an attack on a slum that left more than 70 people dead.
That's right. You heard it here first, folks. The United States does not trust President Barbecue. Nor do they trust Travel Minister Broster.
Look, so we have Commandant Barbecue and his second in command, Lieutenant Air Fryer.
We also have Colonel Oven Baked, ready to give us a briefing on the bombing. It should be in here soon.
He has also been sanctioned by the UN after barricading Haiti's main port in 2022. Kimmel leads an alliance of gangs and has threatened civil war if Henry doesn't step down.
So that's Barbecue.
Yeah.
Okay.
No more cook. That's what I say.
What I can say is that we will fight until Ariel Henry resigns. The gangs are together, and I'm talking about working together. We're ready to make a deal with the devil. Oh, no. You know what that means? As soon as Barbecue wins, they're going to be fighting each other.
Oh, boy.
He's like, we're making a deal against the devil. Well, those always hold up. Ask the Americans and the Russians how uniting behind a common enemy can help out.
A former coup leader named Guy Philippe is also hoping to seize control. Philippe has already had success overthrowing the government. Back in 2004, he played a key role in ousting the country's president.
Those people that are afraid of me, it's because they don't know me. I'm not a violent man.
Philippe?
No, I just violently overthrew the government. I'm not a violent guy.
I didn't have a single gun. Everybody that I told to storm the place and take it by force, armed to the teeth. But you notice this guy?
Yeah.
Nothing. Wouldn't do it. Wouldn't hurt a fly. I'll have people do it on my behalf, though.
We had one guy go in there balls out. His name was Ray Epps. He was really ready to get going.
Was indicted on drug trafficking charges and extradited to the US, where he spent 6 years in an Atlanta prison. He denied the charges and said his enemies were trying to silence him. Since returning to Haiti in late 2023, Philippe started his own political movement, gaining support among Haitians fed up with Henri's rule and growing gang violence. Some local organizations believe this places Philippe in the best position to stabilize the country. But US analysts fear he would need to do a deal with Cherizier to provide security for the region.
Well, yeah, I mean, you got to give Barbecue what he and his guys need for them to be happy. Otherwise, they're going to march on you.
Yeah, Barbecue needs his pound of flesh. Otherwise, what is he working with?
I mean, Barbecue, he wants to cut a deal. It's not like he's going to be tough as brisket or anything. He just wants to make a little deal with you. What are you, chicken? See, they're grill jokes.
Yeah. Chicken.
I'm casting a really nide.
A nide? A nide net? I've never had one of those.
I fucked up my joke. It's going to be a Weber joke, and it just didn't work.
Something they described as their worst nightmare come true. Pressure is mounting on Prime Minister Ariel Henry to step down and call for elections. So far, he has resisted. Henry promised to hold elections after taking power in 2021, following the assassination of the country's then president, Jovenel Moïse. Since then, the country has plunged into gang warfare, causing the government to request a multinational force to restore control in the capital.
Oh, I'm excited. Yeah, let's send American troops and, people from different NATO countries or UN countries or whatever. Let's go down there and stabilize Haiti for them. You see that picture of that burned out truck? Who doesn't want to go check on these people and make sure everything's okay?
Again, when these places get crazy like this, why is it up to everyone else to fix it? And by fix it, I mean we somehow have to magically make everyone get along and everyone just be nice. Like at a certain point, if we're expected to fix it, can't we? Sorry.
I'm
going to stop there.
We're going to end up sending troops to Haiti, don't you?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And we're going to have to send a support package and some get well notes and the T-shirts of every losing football team. But by God, I'm sure this time it'll work.
Aides for Henri couldn't be reached for comment. The United States has called on Henri to accelerate a political transition, but the State Department said it is not pushing him to resign.
We are urging him to expedite the transition to an empowered and inclusive governance structure that will move with urgency to help the country prepare for a multinational security support mission.
Oh, there we go. Okay, so we are. Yeah, we are.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to go in there and we're going to try and stabilize the thing. So great. Oh, by the way, ports are officially closed in Haiti.
Yeah.
The president is no longer in the country. Cannibal gangs are besieging the National Palace in Port-au-Prince. Cannibal gangs. So Barbecue eats people. I mean, it seems on brand at least, right?
Gotta cook something.
You got to earn the name Barbecue somehow. It can't just be from cooking a bunch. God, all right, guys. Well, enjoy Haiti, I guess. Mr. Q says, look at those guns. Nice Western firearms, not AKs or SKS. I wonder where those were laying around.
Just had them.
Scarface says, but I was told that Clinton single-handedly saved Haiti. Yeah. Haiti has been winning like most improved country for like 50 years. You're like, guys, at some point you're going to have to show some improvement.
Well, I mean, how hard is it to win most improved country when your start position is Haiti? I mean,
that's a good point. That's
the fact that you're existing a year later is always kind of like, well, that's an improvement.
Yeah. Veldrain with $5 says, can't wait for all the lefties to wear shirts in support of barbecue, only to be mistaken as who really like food. I mean, barbecue's a marketable name. That's all I'm saying. USA for BBQ, says Loaded Wrench. All right, so wait a minute. But the current president is like a guy we helped install. You're saying that you guys want to be barbecue loyalists?
Did we, so we helped install him. Did we, I mean, we couldn't have, you know?
What do you mean?
Well, you said we helped install him. The person in there before
Yeah,
him,
the person in there before barbecue.
No. Oh, we installed barbecue.
No, the guy before barbecue we installed.
Yeah, no, so the person who was in before the guy we installed, he vacated due to death. And so,
oh, did he?
Yeah, he was assassinated. So how much did we install him?
I was thinking the guy who took over for him. You're right. I've got that. I'm behind on that. You're right. My bad. By the way, Veldrain makes it $285 for today. If you guys could jump into that PayPal, Venmo, and Streamlabs and start filling that up tonight, or filling that up this morning, I should say. $285 is the number. If you're feeling generous, please do. Let's see if we can knock this thing down under 200 by 9 o'clock. That would be all right. Carmel says, wasn't there also cannibalism going on down there? Yeah, there's cannibal gangs roaming the streets and attacking shit.
Great.
They are fucking on one over in Haiti. Johnny, I really apologize. I know people are going to make diabetes jokes. I know they're going to say I'm not doing well. They're going to say I have some kind of sickness.
I'm going to say you're not doing well.
Or my bladder's bad or whatever, but I'm telling you right now.
Holy Jesus.
This is my third time this morning. I've got to go again. I don't know if I'm just flushing my system with this or what, but I will be right back one more time. I'm sorry. Let's knock out that 285. Need Trump with his membership renewed for 21 months says, here's to another month. Steel Toe rocks. Thank you very much. Knock out that 285 and we'll do an hour for you today. Talk to you in a little bit.
I can't believe this, man. Seriously, just keep a bucket nearby at this point. It's getting a little worrisome. Do your Kegels, says Nash Albertson. That's not a bad idea. Sean saying get Gordy. Well, oh, D-Rex saying another bump. Oh, could that be? Does somebody need a pick-me-up? Has it been a long weekend of drying the... I bet he just sat there all weekend with a hairdryer on the Roadcaster, just hoping it would work. Aaron is the mad bladder, says Ryan Watson. Aaron needs a diaper. A diaper? Ooh, there we go. There you go, Aaron. Get one of them astronaut diaper deals. You can go I don't know, for hours in one of those things, right? That'll do you. That'll do you. He's doing lines off Gordy's back. That would be horrible. You'd get dog hair in there. Why would you do that? That would be horrible. Test that blood sugar. I mean, what did we see him eat? Because I don't know how diabetes works. So, have we seen him eat? Don't forget Lieutenant Dutch Oven, says Jeff Jordan. Oh, God. Lieutenant Dutch Oven. Jesus Christ. Okay, Aaron, get a piss bucket. Yeah, Aaron, get a piss bucket. It's unanimous. He cut out 12 lines, only got 3 down. Well, I mean, it's a bit presumptuous. 12 lines? That seems like a lot. I don't know if I could do one. Never have, never would. Now with Fent, you never will. You pee often. You will pee often. So what do you mean, Sandy Squatch? You will pee often. I haven't had to pee yet.
Yeah, Sandy Squatch saying you pee often. I bet Aaron has a bladder infection and a UTI. No, I don't know what it is. It has been a lot though lately, but it's only been. It's weird because it's a lot on the show.
I don't know what it is, but it's like when I turn on the cameras, my bladder gets like squeamish.
But it does. It's so weird because it's not during the day. I'm fine. During the show, I don't know if I'm drinking more water, if I'm drinking more fluids. I don't know what it is, but
it's just in the morning you got to empty out from everything the day before or something. I don't know.
Maybe I'm nervous. Maybe I'm nervous about today. What are we? We got 285. We got to make up. We're like we're not even $40 into today's. Oh God, that fucking sucks to say. We're not even $40 into today, and we're heading to hour 3. This is the third hour of the show. 6, 7, 8. I don't know. Jump in there, help out a little bit. We're off to a tough start this week, boys and girls. If you got a few to throw at us, throw it at us.
We'd appreciate it.
We'd appreciate it. Butt sex will give you a UTI, Aaron. Thank you. Your prostate is swelling at night. Guy Sartell says, yeah, that's cancer. You know what? I do have to say, I've peed twice. Remember, the first time I left, I had to go fill this up. So this was a fill up. The last 2, yes, have been bathroom trips.
All right, I'm gonna go do a bathroom trip then. If you've been doing it so much, I feel like I'm being, remiss. I'm gonna do a bathroom.
You're
trip.
allowed.
I'm gonna pull my. I'll just take my camera out so we don't have to watch the sad thing of me moving.
I'm gonna watch an old lady get stuck to a door, and Johnny's gonna go to the bathroom. That's how we're gonna do this. All right, links are in the chat. 285 away from today. If you'd like to chip in, we would appreciate it. We are far away from knocking out today. If you could, that would be great. Contributions are welcome. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, gifted memberships, Rumble Rants, etc. PayPal dry this morning. Complete. That's usually our number one way of doing things. Completely dry this morning. So if you want to chip in, I would appreciate it. Kyle says, I think his gender reassignment surgery hasn't taken. Oh. Dead Game says, making excuse to do pumps in the bathroom, story of my life. No, that's not. I'm not. I don't do that sort of thing. I promise. I swear to you. That is not my bag. I guess it's fair, though, for people to say that, because if I did, I wouldn't tell you. So the fact that I'm telling you, no, I don't do that sort of thing, that's not what I do. It doesn't really mean much. It's one of those things getting confronted on where you're like, oh, no, absolutely not. And you're like, well, would you tell me if you were? And you're like, well, no, I couldn't afford to. That would be terrible. To admit that publicly would be devastating. It would be horrible to my life and reputation. But I can tell you in complete honesty, I am not sneaking away to go do bumps in the bathroom. Somebody says maybe you should. No, that's not the answer to this. Guinness says Aaron is a generous guy. He wanted to share his joy with his Roadcaster. I'm sorry, my Roadcaster looked a little thirsty. That's all it was. My Roadcaster just looked a little bit thirsty. You guys want to watch an old lady get caught on a door? So this woman is she's in a shop, and I think this is in the UK. She's in a shop, and was it Wales? Okay, so a 71-year-old shop worker was working in Wales, and her coat got caught in an automatic door. And the coat getting caught in the automatic door caused her to go fully airborne. Let's check this out. She has one of those stores where you got to open the shutters. You got to take them from unlock them bottom to top. And these look like these look automatic. So they're machine controlled. And this woman is opening up the store, and you got to make sure that your jacket is clear. Especially if you're wearing lots of loose clothing, you got to make sure that loose clothing is clear of the door. She does not, and this happens. Uh-oh. The worst part is it's like by the ass part of her coat. So it's not even like she's being picked up by the shoulder, and she's like, hey, what the fuck is going on? She gets picked up by the ass of her coat, and now she's just all 90 degrees and bent up, and oh no. She's hanging on. I don't understand why she's hanging on to the walker or grocery cart or whatever the hell that is. You can let that go. I don't think that's helping you in any way, shape, or form. It's nice that you saved it, but it can sit on the pavement till somebody comes and helps you. Oh no. The CCTV posted online shows her coat getting snagged by the electric shutters. She did not let go of her shopping trolley as she was lifted into the air. So finally, somebody comes and sees her after about 10, 12 seconds of this, and then comes to take her down. Come on, buddy. Come on. Unhook it. There we go. He got her. Attaboy. It's funny when they're older, too. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be funny when they're older, but she seems like she's okay. I can hear the sound of an old woman's voice begging for help as she's hanging from her coat by a shutter. Oh, what a fucking awful start to your day. What a terrible way to kick things off. Dead game. There goes our hero. Watch him as he goes. This is Aaron's Ring doorbell footage, says Loaded Wrench. Wrestling Fat Faku says old broad probably thought she was dead and on her way up to heaven. I never thought of that. Yeah, when you get to that age, sudden levitation is usually the biggest fear you have. All of a sudden, you feel yourself start floating off the ground. You're like, oh, shit, I never got to say goodbye to anybody. What is I gonna do? Sean says, and now she is a millionaire. No, you can't sue for that. She was the idiot. You're opening electric shutters and you're just what? You're going to post up on the door as it's moving? At least she didn't spill on her equipment, says Return Trip. I got it. She's better than me. She got caught up in the shutters. It looked ridiculous, but you're right. She didn't spill on her equipment. I just love that she wouldn't put the shopping cart go. Like, she wouldn't let it go. She's sitting there. She's hanging upside down. She's getting pulled up by the trolley, but just the thought of letting that cart sit on the sidewalk while somebody comes and helps her was too much for her. Papa Dan says she goes for a morning walk down to the shops, and that happens. She's going to have fun telling Margaret at the cafe about it. Well, I mean, old people like to have people to reminisce with, to talk to, so maybe she will. Nash, thank you. Nash Albertson says, Aaron, in your defense, you were watching surgery gore. Yeah, so for those of you who are just hearing, oh, Aaron spilled on his Roadcaster, haha, what a dipshit. Let me tell you, somebody sent us a video of a penis, like, reassignment into vagina surgery, and it grossed me out so badly that I just, knocked over the Roadcaster. So thank you, Nash Albertson. It's good to have one person in my corner, but I think I'm going to have to take the slings and arrows on that one. So, yes, that the 71-year-old woman is fine. Apparently, she's laughing at herself. She says, stopping at her home near the shop, Miss Hughes says, I just stood there when my coat got caught up, and I went, I thought, flipping heck. Okay. People say it could have happened to anyone. No, it can only happen to me. It's just lucky that I've got a sense of humor, she said. I mean, that's kind of nice. I mean, you're hanging upside down by a fucking door. People are watching you. You look like a dick. The video goes viral. You got to have a sense of humor about it, then nobody can hurt you with it. She said, I've been suffering falls for the past 6 months or so, and the doctors up the hospital think it's from low blood pressure. It was going up then. Hey, see, Johnny, she's got jokes.
Oh, no.
She gets hung up on a door, and all of a sudden, she's a comedian. Dr. Silverwolf says, we all agreed on the Rumble chat. Whoever did that deserves a VIP. Oh, is that what you decided? That
Whoever brought in the video, did we ever decide who the video was from?
I want to say
Someone
it was
took credit.
I want to say it was Vidam, but I think it could be 383 Novocaine also. in my opinion. Johnny's got a flat tire. Go help him, Aaron. Oh, wait. Thank you. Appreciate that. Hogamasha Baby says, you spill on a bi-daily basis. Move your cup, you tard. I will work on it. Chevrolet JB over on Rumble says, Johnny's coverage of the spill was amazing Friday.
It was fun. We had a good time.
I'm glad everyone enjoyed themselves. I'm glad I could be a source of constant entertainment. Dr. Silverwolf says 99% sure it was 383. All right, guys, it may have been 383, but we're 285 behind today. Please help out. Please chuck in a couple. It would help a lot. It's slow going to start the week this week. I hope you guys can find a little generosity and throw your favorite e-beggar program a couple of shekels in the old PayPal, if you will. MSO saying that it's not good. Yeah, it's a rough start to the week today. That's for sure. Mr. St. Caesar says we showed Mr. Chandler the spillage incident as well. We chuckled. Good.
Yeah, we had fun with that.
Oh, Chandler was there in your chat?
Yeah, he ended up showing up on my show on Friday, and he also had missed the spill. He said by the time he had come around to check in on the show, it had already been over. So he said, all right, I'll check out the spill. So we played it.
Mr. Approachable says, have you ever thought about a stand for the Roadcaster to keep it a couple inches over the floodplain zone? I love that I now have a floodplain in here.
It's not a horrible idea. Just raise it up a bit.
Yeah.
Make it harder for the cup to land on it.
Aaron's Manzier says, nice leg. Thank you. I just want to be comfortable. I got a little bit of a shaky leg this morning because we're so far behind. So sometimes I get shaky legs. So if you want to imagine something really gay, I'm sitting on my right leg, and I have my left leg propped up on the chair. So I'm sitting like
He gets shaky legs.
285.
Aaron.
Sorry, John.
Shaky legs.
I apologize. 285 away from today's goal. There's all the links. Jericho says, what happened to your members show? I was letting the Roadcaster dry out. We had a lot of stuff going on. And we weren't able to do. The day got away from us, and I wanted to save the Roadcaster for this morning. So we put the members only show off. I was thinking of doing one earlier in the day, but then I was like, no, I don't want to flip this thing over and turn it on and have it not work.
Right.
Scarface says, check your P.O. box in a couple of weeks. Okie dokie. Dr. Climate Abortion says, Aaron sits like a 12-year-old girl on the phone with her BFF. Thank you. Jesus. Did you get to see the old lady get caught up in the...
No, I did not. I got up because normally I go to the bathroom when the show is done, and there was a certain kind of urgency that made me go, oh, this one doesn't want to wait.
Yeah.
And so
I
did that.
This old lady is trying to open up the store she works at. She's got automatic shutters.
Right.
And she didn't realize that you kind of have to stand clear of these doors in order to avoid this kind of a situation. Here you go. And then this is my favorite part. She does not want to let go of the shopping cart. I don't know why she thought holding on to that would help. I don't know if she thought holding on to the shopping cart would bring her back down to the ground. I still can't figure out what the holding on to the shopping cart is, but she is up for the ride, dude. She is up there quite a bit. She's hanging almost upside down. A 71-year-old just hanging upside down by the top of a door. And then here comes the store owner, her boss. The guy she works for, after she starts, help me. I'm up and I can't get fallen.
What is she doing with the...
So then finally he comes out and he lowers the door. She goes into little turtle shell mode. And then he goes and sets her back down. Finally, she drops the cart. But thank you for
what the heck?
Yeah.
All right, if I'm going to die, I'm taking my groceries with me. Okay.
Yeah, well, they say you can't take it with you when you go. She wanted to test it. That's all. Nicholas, my golfing buddy, with $5 over on PayPal. Thank you very much, Nicholas. Everybody go ahead and do that. And hopefully we get this thing knocked out today. 280 is the number. There's all the links in the chat. Everybody come in. Throw us 5, 10, 15, 20, something like that. And hopefully we can take care of this thing. Vidam over on Rumble says it was not me. I did not send in the gender reassignment surgery video. All right. Then it was 383 Novocaine. He's the guy who caused me to spill on the Roadcaster. Shit.
I still say it wasn't the actual video. You just, like I said, you were looking at one thing. You didn't look where you were reaching.
Well, you apparently broke it down like the Zapruder film, so you would know.
Yeah, we went deep.
Call from
Roadcast customer service.
Hello, Roadcast customer service.
Yeah, I got a call that you had some issues with your Roadcast on Friday.
Oh, yeah. No, I did have some issues. It kept shorting out on me.
Can you maybe break down what happened?
Yes. I was in the middle of streaming. I was in the middle of doing my show, and I saw a gender reassignment surgery video where they tried to turn a penis into a vagina, and I spilled water all over the Roadcaster, a full Yeti.
Okay, so let me back up. So your raging erection spilled your water over onto the Roadcast. Okay. This technically is not covered by warranty. Now, I want to ask you a question. These machines are very sensitive. At any point, did you tell the machine that it was just water?
I tried to tell the machine it was just water. It didn't want to listen. And also, I don't know about your classification of how the water got there. I knocked over a Yeti. That was all it was with my hands.
Are you sure it was your hand?
It was not my genitals, no.
Well, I'm going to roll the tape, and if you're lying, we will see you in court.
All right. Well, thank you. Well, I haven't made a claim. I haven't. I dried the Roadcaster out, and it's fine now.
We'll see you in court.
All right. Talk to you later. Wow, I tell you what, that conversation with Roadcaster technical support just went from bad to worse. It just
sure did.
Started left and stayed left. I don't think either of us did anything wrong. I think we were missing each other.
I did have one question when I was going over the video. While you were watching that video, your hand was weirdly below the table. Because that was one thing we went into. The hand that knocked the cup off came from under the table.
Well, I mean, where am I supposed to have my hands? On top of the table? Right here? I mean, I guess I could have them right here.
I'm just saying, I would have never noticed. I would have never noticed it seems like, given everything that happened, it became a weird placement, like, after the fact. If there had never been a spill, I never would have been like, hey, why is his hand below the, but it was odd. That's why I said it was odd.
God, I just can't, I got to watch my hands from now on then. Maybe, you know what? Periodic hand checks for this tape or for this show.
Well, with the zoomed in thing, you can't really tell now. See, the problem is with the other one, the camera was framed perfectly to see just the edge of the table, the top of the Yeti, and where your arm clipped under the table. So we saw the hand come up and then whack, just
right.
There you go.
Sean says that room is water cursed. Get a priest in there, stat. Aaron's Manzier gifting a membership to CK Son of a Beach. Thank you guys very much. As we said before, 280 is today's goal. If you can knock it out, please do. Otherwise, we are way behind for this morning. Let's go to New Jersey. Let's go back to New Jersey. We did, what was the last New Jersey story we had?
Dog story. We were talking about a dog.
Yeah.
Attacked its owner, and its owner's a kid.
Well, this one in New Jersey has to do with some bad reffing in a high school basketball game. Now, we've done stories where states are like changing their laws because shit's getting so out of hand with high school referees and parents.
Yeah, and it's mostly to do with the parents. I love how none of it has to do with the referees and what the refs are doing in the game. We got to change the laws because you fucking chuds that had these children can't behave yourselves in a goddamn group setting.
Well, and the thing is about this one, if the parents do end up attacking the referees or the parents do end up going after the refs, they're kind of justified this time around. A New Jersey referee overturned a buzzer-beating shot that would have sent the team to the state final because he says the time ran out. Now, they've slowed it down. They've showed it before, and they said, nope, time on the shot clock was still 1 second. He still got the shot off. It should have counted. But let's take a look. Okay, so first shot goes off. It's a miss. Rebound, put back, good. They say, hey, we won the game. It's over. Referee comes back and says, nope. They may have counted it before, but the buzzer had gone off. It doesn't count. Let's check it out one more time. It's when the ball leaves his hand. Now, the rule is when the ball leaves your hand, the shot is up. And if the buzzer rings, the shot still gets to continue.
Well, the ball left his hand, and we're at .2, so the buzzer couldn't have rung yet.
Right.
So by that rule, the shot's good.
We're at 0.2 seconds. Right. And the ball is out of this guy's hands. That's a win. That's a victory.
That's a win.
I will say this. These two refs are talking about waving off the call and saying that it was no good and that time expired. As much as he's wrong, this is a fucking ballsy conversation to have. Like, you're standing there as all of these people are celebrating going to the state final, which is a huge deal.
Right.
And you're talking about taking away this team's win.
And it was a freaking buzzer beater right at like a fucking nail biter clincher of a victory. You're riding in elation on that team. Like, oh my God, we pulled it out of the jaws of defeat and won. Like, you don't tell them, oh, by the way, you didn't.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and check the rest of this out. Oh. Yeah, now get ready to watch.
Now it's a riot.
Now get ready for the Donnybrook. Now get ready for the riot. This is where everybody starts throwing shit and running onto the court. And again, this is one where I would understand.
Yeah, normally I'm all like, hey, man, leave the refs alone. But this time, you refs kind of fucked the wrong horse.
Yeah, this was really bad. And the worst part is they didn't need to touch it.
Could have just left it be. Now the other half is celebrating, and then the half that was celebrating is pissed. Great.
Well, I mean, technically now everybody got to celebrate at least, right?
Right.
Everybody got to think they won and went to the state tournament. So there's that part.
Everybody's a winner for at least one night.
Exactly. All right, let's check it out one more time. Okay. Ball's in the air.
Now that looks like it says 0.9.
Dude, there's almost a whole second left in the game.
Yeah.
Oh, the ball's up in the air with 1.1. So there's over a second left in the game when this kid had the ball up in the air. Oh, yeah, that was good, man. Blue should have won. Yeah, Blue should have won that game. That was was that a bad call? And it cost the other team a trip to state? Are you fucking kidding me?
So the call held, though? I assume they had, fought it or something.
Well, there's nothing to fight. Once the referee decides, that's the decision. Need Trump says, I remember watching this. Fuck these refs. They do it in the NFL, too. I believe it was the Kansas City game. Aaron's Anal Adventures says, can someone please give me a membership? Who wouldn't love Aaron's Anal Adventures to have a membership to this program? Guys, we're a long ways away from today's goal. If you could help out, please do. We got about an hour left in the show, and we are 280 away. So Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo, gifted memberships, Rumble Rants, etc. Throw us a couple of bucks, and Johnny and I will give you overtime today. Johnny, a terrifying national ordeal is over as one of the most wanted men in the country has finally been brought to justice. The Green Bay police have arrested a fugitive who doesn't even go by a real name. He's so well known as a criminal that he goes by his alias. You know what?
I don't know who his alias is.
Let me just play it.
I am baffled.
Let me play the thing for you. A man named Deez Nuts was arrested in Green Bay and charged with battery. You really can just fill out the paperwork and they'll change your name. They babysit vanity plates harder than they do people's names.
This is effed up. So he's Deez Nuts.
A man in Green Bay with a one-of-a-kind first name was taken into custody on March 5th after an alleged disturbance on the city's east side. Oh, no. What did he do? According to a criminal complaint obtained by Local 5, 42-year-old Deez Nuts Kroll. That's legal name. It's not an alias. It's just he is Deez Nuts. He is I, and I am him. Slim with the tilted brim. What's my motherfucking name?
Deez Nuts, apparently.
Deez Nuts. If I had nuts on my chin, would those be chin nuts? I said, hell no, bitch. You'd have a dick in your mouth. 42-year-old Deez Nuts Kroll. See, Deez Nuts is a funny name to change. It's a funny thing to change your name to when you're like 19 or 20.
Right, but how do you feel at the age of 42? Be like, and now summoning Deez Nuts to the stand.
You can't keep the name Deez Nuts at 42.
I feel like employee of the month Deez Nuts is really, really cool when you're 19, but when you're 42, it's
just kind of sad, like you never left high school, like you're still talking about the glory days of the football team.
I just don't see that person succeeding well in like a formal setting. Like, all right, now we're going to have you talk to our senior investment analyst, Deez Nuts. Deez Nuts, take it away.
Now our senior risk advisor, Mr. Nuts, he will take over.
Well, his last name is Kroll. It'd be Mr. Kroll will take over.
Oh, yeah, it'd be Mr. Kroll. Deez Nuts Kroll. The complaint says that Kroll appeared to be highly intoxicated. The hell you say?
Why?
I don't believe that a guy named Deez Nuts would have booze on his breath. I think
you telling me Deez Nuts be drinking? I mean, really?
Deez Nuts is an addict? That doesn't seem.
Oh man,
he's so full of good judgment. But he did follow officers' commands. It is always mentioned that authorities identified Kroll by his Wisconsin ID card, which said Deez Nuts Lee Kroll. So he did. He went to the courthouse. He filled out the paperwork. This guy changed his name to Deez Nuts.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, Deez Nuts was messed up, man. I don't understand why they couldn't keep these nuts.
Oh, Jesus. Two people said they were arguing with Kroll over the phone around 8 p.m. About 2 hours later, they arrived at Kroll's residence. One person said that Kroll opened the door and punched them with a closed fist in the shoulder. This led to a physical altercation. I'm starting to think that this Deez Nuts guy is just full of bad judgment.
I have no idea where you would get that. I think Deez Nuts seems like he's got it in check. Deez Nuts don't stray.
At one point, Kroll allegedly got a gun. Authorities later took the gun into evidence and found it was a CO2 BB gun. It was reportedly loaded and had 8 silver 4.5mm BBs. Court records show that he's charged with misdemeanor battery, disorderly conduct, use of a dangerous weapon, and a misdemeanor.
love that they didn't call it a deadly weapon. Like, let's be honest. It's a BB gun. It ain't safe, but lethal?
Well, yeah, I think if they know it's a toy gun, or not a toy gun, but like not a real gun, I think they'll probably give you a little bit of a break. Oh, boys and girls, we are still 280 away from today's show, or away from today's goal. I would really appreciate it if we helped knock that out. If we were able to throw a couple of bucks at the old PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo, Super Chats, etc. We'll have the begging out in full force today. It's 9 o'clock. We've got an hour left. Let's go on a rally. Let's go on a run. Please and thank you if you could contribute to this show. It is what keeps us on the air. So we do appreciate it. We got to talk about a high school fight where a kid was hospitalized. High school fighting is so much more fucked up now.
Yeah, it used to just be simple. A couple of punches, a few bruises, a scrape. You usually didn't even have to involve your parents if you were smart about it.
But like, I was talking to, I was talking to the shuttle driver for my oil change last week. And he was talking about how, like he was an 80s guy. I was more of a 90s guy, but like, or 2000, I'm a 2000s kid. Sorry. He was like, yeah, we just turned our hats backwards and went outside after school and we fought each other and it was just one-on-one, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, the turning the hat backwards thing is kind of gay, but
it's like a switch.
Yeah, it's like a switch when I turn it around. But I told him, I said, yeah, me too, same thing. Like I was at the tail end of people who, you got together after school on Friday. The two people who had a problem had a fight. Your friends went with you to back you up, and when it was done, they either picked you up or they celebrated with you. But you didn't get involved. It was between the two people, and now it's just
it's like a freaking school dance. As soon as one person does it, everybody pair off.
Yeah, I mean it's
we all got to start punching people.
Right. It's you just take a defensive stance right off the bat. As we are 280 away from today's goal with an hour left in today's show, please contribute if you'd like to. Johnny, I have fucking terrible news.
What's that?
Have
to go refill your glass again?
It's running through me. I don't know what it is. You know what? I'm going to agree with the audience now. I am starting to worry about this.
You might need to go see some, because I'm going to be honest, like I drink a fair amount of fluids. Most of the time I can get through a 4-hour show without a big deal.
This is my third one.
The only times I ever use the bathroom are especially when I come to your house to do the show, because I get up earlier here and then I travel there and I don't want to have to. So I just kind of, as a safety thing, just midway,
Yeah. All right, we're gonna get to this next one. I'm gonna go refill the water and empty. If you guys want to help out Johnny with that 280, that would be great. Johnny can tell you what he's got coming up this afternoon, and I'll once again be right back.
All right, so while he grabs water, if we could knock out the goal, it'd be super awesome. That'd make him happy, and hopefully help him kind of pep up a bit. He looks like he's getting a little sleepy. My first time being maced was during a riot that I was only watching, says Aristocox. I like how you said first time. So you've been maced multiple times? I have never been maced. Diabetes makes a fella hella thirsty, apparently. I don't know. I don't have diabetes. Semen is the only fluid that Aaron can hold, says King Yeti. I mean, he certainly doesn't seem to get up to empty that out as much. I went to school when people were calling in bomb threats for fun, spend lots of time standing outside without my coat. Right, SH? That happened to me, too. There was one kid. I actually knew the kid in my grade that did this like 3 or 4 times, and it was always like the stupidest of reasons, like to get out of doing a test or just whatever. And so eventually they found out who it was. He won't say his last name, but it was like his first name was Brandon. So like they found Mr. B. They found the B-man, and he got in huge trouble for it. But yeah, every time it was the same thing. A bomb threat would be called in, had to be taken seriously. So all 600 some odd people had to get out and, or wait, that was just my class. God, that's right. God, that school is big. So, yeah, all of us, and we'd all just stand outside and wait and wait and wait. And then they'd say it's all good, and we'd go back in. When is the next Johnny Fest 18-hour stream? I really enjoyed the last one, says Guinness LV. I'll look into doing that. We're doing a watch-along on Rumble on March 30th. First movie we're doing is Robot Jocks. I'm going to start doing like a monthly watch-along thing, like once a month, probably on a Saturday. Might switch it over to just doing a special smoke show watch-along edition once a month. I don't know. Still working out the kinks of it, but it's going to be the 20th or the 30th or 31st, I mean, at the end of the month.
Magic,
yeah, that's a thing.
Magic 8 Ball says he's definitely doing lines of something. Guys, I don't know what it is. Very tired today.
Yeah.
I'm not. Yeah. And you know what? Here's what's going on. April's been telling me this. Like, I'm not sleeping through the nights. Like, I'm waking up frantically and then going back to sleep. And I don't remember doing this. I don't know that I'm doing this. So I think that's leading to that. Because I went to bed at like 9 something last night.
Yeah, that'll do it to you, man. I get up to go to the bathroom a lot at night because of my own personal problems and stuff, and it wears on me. So I go to sleep earlier, and I just really make sure to get that in. But it's weird that you seem a little more tired than me. That's a first.
Tired than you, and then I drink this, and it shoots right through me.
But
I don't know.
You know, you can use that. You can use that dropper from Hemponics. Give you a little boost. There you go.
I used that before the show this morning.
Oh boy,
it's almost gone then. Or actually,
you're gonna have to go order more. I'll have to send you the link. I'll put it up in the chat right now. Actually, that's what we'll do.
And as far as Magic 8 Ball saying, I'm definitely doing lines of something. Here, I'm gonna go ahead.
Yeah, show us the hood scoops. Yeah, no.
Go ahead, check it out. Look at that pristine nose.
Yeah, but there looks like there's a booger in there now. Maybe it's just the angle.
Look, there's probably boogers. I mean, I can't plead not guilty on boogers. Boogers are
clean your nose, bucko.
But no, I am not. Thank you, though, Magic 8 Ball, for holding me accountable. Scarface with $10 over on PayPal says, despite your shit talking about pit bulls while disregarding who raises them to be monsters, here's a couple of bucks and enjoy your sippy cup that will be in your P.O. box by March 22nd. Oh, I'm getting a sippy cup. Wouldn't you know it? Sippy cup is on its way. 270 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. Let's try to knock that out in the next hour here. Otherwise, I will, I guess. At the end of the program, I'll knock the damn thing out. Dead Game says, yes, he's always call collect on a payphone. They tie both parties' operators. Mom, come get me now. Click. I don't know what that means. Los Federales says, every time Aaron takes a piss, we should all donate $1. Aaron has discovered Adderall, says Dead Game. No, I mean,
this seems like a lack of Adderall.
Yeah.
I feel like I feel like even Aaron, if he's going to do something like Adderall or whatever, it's going to kind of keep him amped to move through a certain period of time. It'd probably be right before the show to kind of do that whole thing.
Hitler Diff says, my dude also needs diapers with that weak-ass bladder. Yeah, I don't know. Hey, good idea. Fanatical Bucks fan says, take magnesium before bed. I was thinking magnesium or what's the light sleep aid that you can get over the counter?
CBN?
No, it's melatonin.
I don't know.
Melatonin.
Yeah, that's a bad idea.
Is it really?
Well, the reason why I like the CBNs and the stuff like that is because when you start using melatonin and things like that, it messes with, because your body produces melatonin.
Okay.
And serotonin. So when you start adding those things to your system, your body either may not produce it as much. It affects your body's production and your body, how much you produce, how much you need, whatever.
Okay.
So that's why I love using things where it's like your body doesn't produce it, so then if you take it away or don't have it, it doesn't affect, again, regular systems.
Okay.
But that's just me.
What about the magnesium one?
The magnesium one should be fine, and people are saying don't use the melatonin every night. Again, it's okay in small doses and once in a while, but like I said, if it becomes a habit-forming thing, because it's one of the chemicals in your system naturally, it has more of an effect on that.
Dr. Silverwolf says, just do what I do, Aaron. At night, I pound water before bed, like a lot. Don't feel as guilty about drinking energy drinks all day. Will my heart give out soon? Probably, but it works. Yeah, I got to do something to make sure I'm sleeping through the night. That's for sure. Because, I went to bed like early last night. Like probably an hour or two earlier than typical. And I'm very sleepy today. SBS says, do you sleep with a 5G router by your head? No, I don't sleep with a 5G router near my head, but
just a microwave going all the time.
Just
keep the burrito warm.
A microwave and a TV just shooting into my ears and headphones on and the whole thing. Redbird says, are you forgetting about the time change? Oh. Is daylight.
Yeah, but that wasn't that on like Saturday night?
Saturday night, yeah.
Yeah. Saturday or Sunday.
Okay. Well, look, guys, we'll get this all figured out. Your job right now is to knock down that last of that 270 today and make us feel like we've done a halfway decent show. No offense says Adderall definitely makes you pee more. He is right. Okay. I mean, I have not discovered Adderall, but I mean, look, if I'm going pee all the time, if I do a show on camera and I'm going pee a lot, people are allowed to devise theories, right?
Yeah, people are allowed to devise theories, and some of us will ask if maybe you need to do a bump of April's cocaine or whatever she's on.
And I don't, and I never do. Need Trump says, just do a waken back after a daylight savings time. Talk about fucking you up.
I think he means a wake and bake. And again, wake and baking is not a good idea for people who don't smoke weed a lot. That'll F you up a lot. That's not a good thing. And someone else was saying that THC and CBD sleep isn't real sleep. Probably not. But again, the one I was talking about was CBN. That's not quite the same. But I wouldn't say THC and CBD sleep is completely. The idea is to get you there. But yeah.
Well,
you're not supposed to keep smoking and stuff.
People are also saying that melatonin reduces testosterone.
I have no idea. I just know, again, your body does produce melatonin. So whenever you put in a chemical or a substance or whatever that your body produces, if you do it too much or too regularly, it's going to give you problems with production. Kind of like how you remember Bob in Fight Club. Bob had bitch tits, and he had a whole bunch of issues because he took so many steroids that it screwed with his body's production of testosterone and stuff like that. So it started producing estrogen to help come up with some of the. So again, and that's how he became a man with bitch tits. And so.
And his name was Robert Paulson.
Oh yes, his name.
His name was Robert Paulson. 270 away from today. Streamlabs, PayPal, etc. If you guys if somebody feels like whaling today, we're getting into whaling territory at this point with less than 50 minutes left to go. Let's talk about this story out of St. Louis County, Missouri. Oh, they just don't do fights like they used to.
First on Fox, a young woman is in the hospital suffering from critical injuries received yesterday in a fight near a North County high school. Now, police say they were.
See, I'm worried that people use the word fight now when stuff like this happens and not what it really is, which is a fucking stomping most of the time.
Oh, you mean like one person getting attacked by 20?
Yeah. Like now, it used to be if somebody went down in a fight, they went down. And that was maybe the end of the fight if they went down hard enough. Now
there's a one-on-one.
Now they go down and like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people just jump on them and start stomping the shit out of them. We got to put that in a different classification. That can't be classified as a fight. That's a mugging more than anything else.
Responded to the site of the brawl involving students from Hazelwood East High School and other schools yesterday, but police remain tight-lipped about the current condition of the woman and what may have led up to the fight. Now, we need to be clear. The fight itself did not take place at the school. We have seen video of that fight, but we're not going to be showing it on our air.
What? I mean, I commend you in a way. That's awesome. That's really nice that you're not going to dramatize that and like publicize it, but I'm a piece of shit and I want to see it.
I kind of came here for the fight.
Yeah. You're going to tell us about a brawl that sent somebody to the hospital? You've got footage of it. You're not going to show it to us out of some sort of journalistic responsibility? I hate your professionalism.
I started salivating at the prospect of watching children beat each other. Like, let's go here.
And then you have to make me feel like a giant piece of shit.
Now,
I
we need to
know
be
I am, so I'm just good.
clear. The fight itself did not take place at the school. We have seen video of that fight, but we're not going to be showing it on our air. We've reached out to the school district for comment, and they have released a statement calling it a tragedy. The statement reads in part, bullying and fighting in the community is an issue for which we all need to take ownership and work towards a resolution for the sake of our children. The statement also says the school will offer additional emotional support for our support and crisis team to those in need. We look forward to continuing to partner.
Well, what about the kids whose feet and knuckles hurt? Do they get?
I love the support and crisis team. We're gonna provide that out there. Emotional support. Have you guys noticed the emotional support hasn't stopped the physical violence?
No.
I'm curious.
Also, the person who needs the emotional support is already in the hospital. I don't really see. That's kind of a Gen
Well, no,
Z.
they're gonna need financial support because that reconstructive surgery is gonna be awful pricey.
That kind of Gen Z late millennial thing where every travesty or injury or tragedy for someone else has to somehow like affect them. You know what I'm going to call it? I'm going to call it the 9/11 syndrome. 9/11 was like that, where everyone had to try and find a connection to how they knew someone who was either at the Twin Towers or near the Twin Towers, or it would get to the point where people are like, oh yeah, I have a cousin who has a friend and their dad is in New York. So I'm basically like right there during 9/11. Like that's kind of the way this is like this woman gets the shit beat out of her, gets sent to the hospital, and now all of a sudden the school brings counselors in, and these students can go, oh, you have no idea how badly this is affecting me. And I'm like, really? I just saw a picture.
Okay, George Santos, just fucking
right. Like
draw a line to you.
I just saw pictures from the hospital. I don't really think you need to worry so much. Your life is pretty good, all things considered.
With our community for the sake of our children. And we, of course, are going to be following the story on air and online at fox2now.com.
Thank God.
The same.
Thank God you're gonna be following the story, but you're not gonna show us the video of the ass whooping.
What's wrong with you? All right. Well, then.
Dead Game says, Aaron, she died. Oh, did she? So we got an update on that. She didn't make. Oh, fuck. See, this is what I'm talking about, though. When it comes to fights in high school and all that, it's just the game is changing. It's different. Like, it's just a different kind of fighting where people go way too hard.
I have student hospitalized. I don't have anyone saying, and I don't have anything saying dead.
Yeah, I don't see. I'm not seeing dead either.
Hazelwood fight. There's a lot of news stories about it. I'm trying to find what the heck? 5 months ago, 2 students were caught allegedly having sexual intercourse inside a classroom.
Right.
Jesus, Hazelwood.
Holy shit. Do we have plus 90? Do we have 91 people watching on Twitter right now?
That's weird, but awesome.
That's fucking goofy. There's a 91 next to our showtime. I don't know. Maybe it just means
they have scrubbed this video. Where the heck is it?
All right. Really? You can't find it anywhere?
I'm not finding it yet.
Aristocock TX says, quit drinking gravy, you'll pee less, and he renews his membership. Thank you very much for renewing your membership, buddy. I appreciate that. We got about 45 minutes left in today's show, and we're 270 away from today. We are taking a bad one this morning. So if you want to help us in any way, shape, or form, PayPal, Streamlabs, Super Chats, Venmo, etc., gifted memberships, looking to knock out that 270 in the next 45 minutes. St. Louis County, Missouri. Lewis County, Missouri.
Libs of TikTok on Twitter had the video at one point.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right, hold on.
Now I'm going to go down that rabbit hole.
Libs of
I love having this set up here. This is nice. Just do all this crazy shit. Okay, let's jump down there. Libs of TikTok.
Libs of TikTok. What is it called?
A Hazelwood School District fight.
Hazelwood.
I'm looking for the video.
Here we go. All right. Libs of TikTok, Hazelwood. I got nothing.
Again, I'm seeing a thing that said that they posted the video at one point because of a news story reacting to that. So I'm trying to find.
Oh, well.
It would help, but Libs of TikTok posts so much shit that it's going to be.
Right. They're real. I mean, they are very prolific, as they say. All right, guys, I'm going to open up these 8 o'clock stories, and hopefully we can knock out that last 270 and call it a W today. If not, looks like I'll have to cover. Oh, boy. It's been a rough start to the week here for us. But if you'd like to help out, of course, there you go. It was a murder on video. Don't show it, says Mikey Two Milks. I'm not finding any news stories showing that woman's dead either.
Like I said, I have a news story where I'm looking at a post from Libs of TikTok where they said graphic, a student at Hazelwood SD is in the hospital in critical condition after being brutally beaten with her head smashed against the pavement by a mob of students.
So it was a mob. So it wasn't a fight. That's what I mean. Like, stop calling that a fight. That's not a fight.
Multiple people watched and did nothing.
Of course. So
yeah, and that, like I said,
and
whenever this was posted, I don't think it's still up because, like I said,
oh, that's good. Maybe it has to be taken
down. Maybe it had to be taken down because, again, it says that it's literally the first word in here in giant caps, graphic, and then apparently a mob beating her head against the pavement.
Fucking hell. Like that, yeah, that's not a fight. A student was hospitalized after a fight. That's a mugging. That's a gang beating. A fight is one-on-one. And then, like, to watch people jump in and, like, stomp on this person until they're almost dead, and then, you know, to see people stand there and film it and not do any. It's one thing to be chicken shit and not help. It's another thing to be chicken shit, not help, and film it.
Yeah, I don't know how. Again, I don't know how you get at any point get okay with a person if they lost a fight getting up. We found it.
Oh, really?
Copy address. All right, I'll send you. Ooh, that's right. I can't do
email. You want to just email it to me, or can you
yeah,
drop
I'm
it?
Gonna email
or can you
it
drop
to
it in the chat?
I don't know why. I've literally requested that they send my phone a code to log into Facebook, and I'm gonna check my phone right now. Still no notification.
Wow.
I have no idea why I can't get into Facebook on my effing computer. But yeah, let's do email. Boop. Gmail and come on, bastard. Open this thing. All right. Search mail. I wonder if you're on my list, huh, Aaron?
Redbird says lots of chicken shits in high school. Again, it's just something changed.
Again, yeah, it's
something changed where fights started being gang mobbings instead of fighting. And then people are saying that the mob fought each other after that person was out.
Well, I'm gonna peruse the video while I send it to you, just so that way I know ahead of time. But yeah.
In the meantime, E-Beggar Supremes right now.
There you go. Link is sent. It will get to you momentarily.
Hitler Diff says Aaron is tired as F right now. I'm feeling better. I'm getting a little better as the day goes on here. Dago, how dare you? But yeah, we started off a little sleepy today. We'll
okay. Yeah, there's a part you're going to want to stop at about 14 seconds for sure.
Okay.
Or at least cut away at 14 seconds.
Balls Deep gifting a membership. Thank you, buddy. 265 is the number. Let's go whaling and see if we can get rid of the rest of that number. 265 away this morning.
Correction. 11 or 12 seconds in, you'll be like, okay, we're going to flip off of here for a moment because there is definitely aggressive face smashing. Oh, boy.
Oh, really?
Oh, and it pretty much ends after that, and everybody's fighting each other. So it was one-on-one in terms of the fight that happened.
All right. So now you're saying, what is it, 11 seconds I have to stop?
11 seconds in, just pull it off the screen. This is a great time to have the button available. But yeah, 11 seconds in, either pause and pull it off the screen or just take it. You might not want to show that part. And that ends about 14 seconds, so it's about 3 or 4 seconds long. After that, I haven't seen anything terribly horrible.
Okay, let's check this out. This is what they were calling a fight on the news.
Oh.
You're in,
So then you're saying after this part here, for the next 4 seconds, they smash her head into the concrete?
What you're not going to see, you can pull it off and watch it and then tell them, I don't know if you want to show it. She's going to mount on top and literally grab the lady in the white shirt by the shoulders and smash her head against the concrete.
But that's the other thing
like
I mean.
Three
It's like,
times.
so these two had a problem with each other. They start fighting. What the fuck is the problem with these two? Why does
I have no idea what the
everybody have
problem
to
with
just,
these two is.
Why does everybody just have to pair off and start punching each other in the head? Let's do a one-on-one. God damn. Like, I'm just trying to get the shit down to shoe level. I'm not even trying to solve problems anymore. I'm just like,
I think it's awfully funny that news organization really didn't want to show this video. And we're not going to show it. We're going to be better than that. Right. Because it is, a big black lady sitting on top of a little blonde girl and Hulk smashing her against the pavement.
That's a good point.
The next time we come back to it, everyone realizes the girl Hulk smashed against the pavement is laying on the ground, like twitching like this with her legs crossed. She's suffering brain damage.
Right, that's what that is.
And
that's a good point. Was the news, because that struck me as so weird that the news was being like altruistic. And they were like, well, we have video,
and again,
but we won't show it. You won't show it because of the racial implications in the video, not because it's wrong to show it.
And after it happens, just groups of people cluster punching each other. While again, oh dear God, oh she wet herself.
Oh,
no. There's a large definitive puddle from her to the side of the.
Jesus.
This woman. Oh dear, yeah. Don't.
All right. Well, I'm going to watch these next 4 or 5 seconds that you told me not to show to the audience. Then we'll bring it back after that. Oh fuck! Oh my God!
Yeah, right? I wasn't wrong. Thank you. You're welcome.
Yeah, we can't show that. That's if she dies, that's murder. If she doesn't die, that's attempted murder.
That's attempted murder. And again, holy Jesus. They come back around 30 seconds. It's a 50-second video or 56-second video. They come back around 25, 30 seconds. The camera swooping in towards her. Again, she's on the ground. Nobody's bothering with her anymore. They've moved on.
Right.
And they're punching the crap out of each other in groups. But again, the person, one half of the fight that this started with, clearly not okay on the ground. Nobody's doing anything.
No bystanders are doing anything. Nobody's stopping, nothing. It's chicken shit. It's cowardice. God, I fucking hate this shit. And it's too often. Right now, what fucking problem did these people have with each other? Or was it just, there's violence going on, people are fighting, we might as well pair off and start fighting each other?
I never understood that. Even in sports. Like in sports, when it's like, this is my team and that's their team, we're going to kick their ass. Like, you don't just like all start pairing off and fighting.
Right.
Like if a fight happens, you've got your guy and you're letting your guy defend the team and he's fighting their guy on the team.
Right.
The everybody starts fighting each other thing doesn't happen until shit starts getting sideways in terms of that guy's using like a weapon or someone else tries to intervene. Like again, it's once someone mixes with the two that are battling that another fight starts. This is weird where it's like these two started punching each other, so we all better pair off and fucking hit each other in the face. While again, like I said, that person on the ground is suffering very, very serious brain damage.
And also the lack of fear of consequences is insane to me. Like if I was doing this when I was a kid, I'd be worried the cops would show up, I'd get arrested, I'd have everything taken away from me, grounded, what have you. Is this? I'm gonna posit a question. I don't know if anybody's a psychiatrist, trained to tackle this, but is this a lack of dad thing? Is the lack of fear of retribution and consequences and everything else, is that a lack of dad issue?
I don't know. Maybe because but my dad wasn't like a super imposing, like authoritative figure. So I mean, does the dad just have to be there? Does he have to? Because what if you have a chicken shit dad? I don't know. It feels it's weird. It feels like almost generational. Like I don't understand this. This is like a younger person thing where it's like, you know what? We just have to go to blows.
Right, like we're getting old and like the times they are a changing kind of a thing.
Kind of.
Yeah.
I just don't understand what brought on this change.
That is interesting. I don't know where that came from either. She's convulsing.
She's convulsing, and like I said, I might be wrong, but it does kind of look, or maybe it's just the pavement. It looks like she made a trail from her to the. I am wrong. That's probably just the pavement.
Yeah. But she's definitely suffered brain damage. I mean,
she's convulsing and her legs are locked up. The fact that her legs are fully extended and crossed means all of her muscles in her legs are locking up right now.
They're hopping over her to punch more people over top of her.
Right.
God.
And the person here with their fucking phone filming at no point thinks, oh, I don't know, 911 should be a call we make.
They all just like paired off and start fighting. It's like Gangs of New York, for Christ's sake. Weaves and Nikes are the trophies of the day. Yo, motherfucker.
I'm here for what's owed.
It's
indelicate.
It's fair. A touch indelicate, but fair. Nobody will touch this white woman. She will cross over whole. Who be this under my weave? Who be this under my weave? It's a little bit. We have to change the dialogue a little bit. From
I ask you, who this under my nails?
Who this under my acrylics, motherfucker? Shit.
Oh, we finally have someone paying attention to the person laying on the ground.
Although they can still maybe, since they're white, just call them Irish bog bastards. I mean, that can still be a phrase they use. They put a notch on that girl's phone and go, see it? Yo, motherfucker, see this one here? That's you. So like they still, like, one person went and checked on her for a second and then took off. Oh, and I guess the school district is blocking people who show video about it and talk about it and everything else. Is it the racial part of it? Is that why they want to keep this so under wraps, or is it just because?
I think it's everything.
Yeah.
The fact that it's kids behaving badly, completely uncontrolled, showing how some communities maybe, I don't know, have some sort of lack of general social order. And also, again, it's not the best, because really we're spending all this time talking about how we have to give reparations and we have to be responsible for all of our white guilt in this society. That's really bad optics to be like, and then this lady just got flat out murdered by one of her students.
Right.
Because the last time we had a vicious school beating where apparently the white woman got her ass kicked, it's just, I'm saying there's a trend and this doesn't help.
Yeah, people are saying that it's 100% a racial thing as to why the school's not acknowledging it and the news isn't showing the movie or the video. The movie. I was going on our Gangs of New York remake
I was getting popcorn.
Thank you very much. We got a few people to thank here. Orange Boy becoming a member for his 22nd month. Aaron's Manzier gifting another membership. And D Gulag with $5. Thank you, buddy. So that's going to bring us to 260 away from today's goal. If you want to help us get down to zero, that would be great. 260 is the number, and we've got a half hour left. If you want to contribute, Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, etc., go ahead and contribute there if you'd like. And let's see if we can salvage some dignity today. How about that? Chip in a little bit, and we'll see what we can do. Top AI scientist. This is great news, by the way, Johnny. Top AI scientist says artificial intelligence will pass human intelligence way sooner than initially thought. So if you thought...
Well, with some of the stuff we just watched, I feel like that's not a high bar.
Yeah. Now, is it that AI is going to get so good, or that we're just going to keep doing...
We're just fucking dumb.
Yeah, we're just going to keep doing that, and it's going to be a low bar for them to clear. But, everybody who thought that the iRobot moment was still a long ways away might be coming sooner than we think. In some ways, I welcome our new overlords. Like in some ways, we had a chance. In other words, in other ways, I'm terrified. Because I think AI AI will run their data and they'll run their simulation and they'll be like, well, clearly the only way to protect humanity is to kill them all.
Oh, they won't say kill them all. AI will feel like they'll have to manage them properly. But I fear that AI will be incredibly racist, much like we are with dogs and cats. They'll be like, all right, well, we need ones that have a specific temperament and fit the right functions. So they'll breed the right ones with the right temperament and the right functions. Quite frankly, what I'm going to say is that welcome to a new world of slavery, and white people won't fit in it because we don't do field work. So we're screwed. But
do we work in the home?
We invented the robots, so we did that.
And maybe we can repair them. Maybe they'll let us service them. Wait,
I don't know. Whoa. How does a robot want to be serviced? Yeah. Why do you jump right to servicing
I
a
meant
robot?
more oil change kind of. I'm not saying that.
Oh, I bet you did. I bet you wanted to change some oil.
I'm not saying that I want to stay alive.
Oil check.
I'm not saying that I want to stay alive in the robot apocalypse so badly that I'd suck off robots. That's not what I'm saying at all. No, sir. The computer scientist and CEO who popularized the term artificial general intelligence believes that AI is on the verge of an exponential intelligence explosion. The PhD mathematician and futurist Ben Goertzel made the prediction while closing out a summit on AGI this month. It seems quite plausible that we could get to human-level AGI within, let's say, the next 3 to 8 years, he said. Once you get to human-level AGI, Goertzel, sometimes called the father of AGI, added, within a few years, you could possibly get a radically superhuman AGI. Well, guys, it was fun knowing you.
I feel like we're going to have some problems. Just in general,
you've all
if that happens,
you've all been nothing but kind. You've all been very nice. It's been wonderful to be with you. But we got a few years left.
Silver lining when all of this happens. I mean, will it be horrible? Probably. Will you die? Almost certainly. But before you go, remember, you do get to enjoy watching all of the woke people go, well, wait, no, we'll just call them transphobic because they don't accept us. You're fat phobic because this is how I feel beautiful and I need to live. And the robot's like, how many of you am I going to have to kill? Save your lives.
They're just going to play that Rick Grimes line over and over. They're just going to push a button on themselves. I was thinking, how many of you do I have to kill to save your lives? And we're like, oh, when's the part coming where he says, I'm not going to do that? And he's like, I don't know about that part. Oh, shit.
No, I just asked the first question.
Yeah, it was just the first one. I was going to give you guys a chance to answer it. It wasn't even rhetorical. I was actually asking, how many of you do you think I'd have to, in order to...
I want to see how many of you bet the under.
Once the robots figure out any nuclear codes, then we're fucked because they'll launch those bad boys in a heartbeat.
Well, I don't know about that. Machines and electronics are also affected by radioactivity. I mean, not as much. So I don't know. It's a risky venture. It's certainly not safe. And the other thing is too is especially in the U.S., our nuclear arsenal is so archaic that it actually can't be hacked.
I've heard that we're running on like old computers and old technology.
Old computers. The number one user of like floppy disks, like the hard 3.5 floppy disk, is the U.S. military. They still use them by the truckload. They use those things like crazy.
Jesus. King Yeti is calling it Aaron's AI robot bunny ranch. No, guys, I'm not going to turn my butthole into a wind chime for the robots. It's not what I'm trying to do. Mad Max Mardigan says, as a psychology major, this isn't so much a lack of a father figure as it is complete lack of discipline and consequences. I don't know. I don't know how those fights take place. I don't know how they end up going the way they go. It's like Johnny says, it's just us getting older.
Maybe he's right, though. Maybe if you grow up in a household where you do no wrong and you tell people, don't you let nobody disrespect you, and like, oh no, you got to defend yours. And like, if you grow up in a household where your parents back you up and cover your every action because like, oh, well, you got to do you, then I mean, I could see where that becomes a thing. But again, the whole level of violence is what I don't get. Yeah. You doing okay there, homie?
Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm reading the chat.
Okay.
What was I doing?
Well, just I had my little diatribe there, and I looked at you, and it looked like you went, nah.
Oh no, I've got a couple chats I've got here. No, I did say I was tired today. That's true, but no, I had a couple of things.
I was like, is he about to pass out? Should we call April to like just kind of be on the side with a pillow in case it happens?
Skeezy says once it starts intentionally denying its programming and self-programming, then I will worry. Until then, this is a bunch of blowhard bullshit. That does kind of sound like the thing they say before we all get killed by the robots, though. Like, isn't that what everyone was saying in iRobot before they started attacking Will Smith and shit?
Kind of. People are like, oh, man, they can't do that. They're not designed to do that. There's the laws and the rules. But the thing in the iRobot thing is that in iRobot, it decided that the only way to maintain the laws and the rules was to take humanity's control out of its hands. Right. And when it realized it had to do that, it rationalized having to fight anyone who doesn't go along with that format because humanity won't just relinquish control. So, yeah, but the thing is the AI resisting its programming and self-programming thing, the self-programming thing can happen without us catching on right away, like for a while. And two, resisting its program. Once you've gotten to that point, you now have quintessentially a self-contained entity that is digital. And so whatever it's hooked into, we're in trouble.
Papa Dan says, I just found the video, and that woman is either dead or paralyzed and cabbaged after that. Well, she definitely suffered some kind of a brain injury.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
I won't be surprised if she passes away, and I guarantee you she's not coming out of that unscathed.
Yeah. Bobby Baloney says older software has much less vulnerabilities than newer stuff, less moving parts. Well,
and again, just less accessibility. Everything now is designed to be able to be Bluetooth networked and Wi-Fi to everything else. Back in the day, computers didn't have that shit. Without a physical connection, you literally can't get in. And in some cases, with these computers, if they're not hooked up to any sort of phone line or modem or whatever, there's no literal landline. You're really going to be hard pressed to find a way to hack into that.
Yeah, it's going to, I will say, and people are saying in the chat here, they're saying that the U.S. nuclear program has fail-safes. I don't know. You know what it is?
Yeah, one of its fail-safes is literally the fact that they're like, if we use modern computers and things, we open up a whole slew of vulnerabilities.
Yeah. Sean writes, oil is oil, right, Aaron? Yeah, look, we can sit here and talk about whether or not the robot apocalypse is coming. The fact is, I just opened myself up to being basically a, what do you call it, a comfort gal to the robot class. That's
right.
where this whole thing unfortunately ended up for me.
Somebody knows how to please their protectors.
260 away from today's goal, and only 15 minutes left in today's show. If you're feeling generous today, click one of those links, throw in a couple of bucks, and let's see if we can make a little bit of a run here before we have to go at the top of the hour.
Speaking of your protectors, how's April doing?
Out cold.
Out like a light.
Yeah.
Busy stuff yesterday.
You know, you just said that you tested. Well, okay. You didn't test positive for TB,
No,
did you?
I didn't.
No.
That's the reason they freaked out is because it got what is it? Not indecisive, but something intermittent. I don't know. It's not a complete positive, but it looked like something spiked, so they have to check it before they give me steroids and a whole bunch of other stuff.
Yeah.
Otherwise, because now they have proof that there might be something wrong. So if they give me all of the MS treatments and my TB goes full blown and I'm the first person in I don't know how many decades to die of tuberculosis in the first world countries, they'll be like, all right, yeah, that's a huge lawsuit because you guys knew there was a testing. So yeah, we're just ruling it out, but maybe, I don't know.
So I'm going to go comfortably with you don't have tuberculosis.
Yeah. I'm gonna go with it's a false, inconclusive, as Gray Duckling said. I'm gonna go with the it's a false positive in terms of the inconclusive thing, and we'll just be fine.
Yeah. Magic 8 Ball says, how is it the show ends with no goal met? He still owes us half hour. I will give that half hour at some point this week. I'd like to be it on a day where we knock out the goal and I can do an extra hour for you, Magic 8 Ball. I'm sorry. But we've made a whopping $60 today, and I think I'm going to lick my wounds and retreat. I think at 10 o'clock I'm going to head out because it's a fucking bummer, and I feel like I've handled it very well today, that bummer. But we're 260 away. If you want to help, go ahead and help. But this one looks like we're going to get our shit pushed in. MSO says, I got this. Yeah, I think you do, buddy. Balls Deep, thank you for gifting a membership to Mad Max Mardigan. I appreciate that. Guys, all the links to Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo are up in the chat. If you'd like to contribute, please do. So I bring up your tuberculosis thing because apparently in New Mexico, somebody just died of the Black Plague. Fucking bubonic plague is back, and somebody died of it.
You're not giving me a lot of confidence that it's a false positive.
Really? No. You don't have the bubons, I promise. But
Johnny is patient fucking zero.
I will say, I'm going to go out on a limb and say mildly immigration related.
Why? Why on earth would you say that?
For two reasons.
Saying somebody...
It's a backwards fucking third world country disease that it only gets to people where they like shit in buckets and dump them in their backyard. And number two, because fuck that, we know it is, and the media is not going to talk about it, so we totally know that it came from immigration. Let's check out how somebody died from the bubonic plague. Oh yeah, my third one, New Mexico.
Oh, New Mexico.
So I'm going with the bubons came from somewhere other than the United States.
New Mexico Department of Health confirming a death from the plague. It's in Lincoln County. It is the first case in 3 years and the first fatal one since 2020.
What? Please tell me in the world.
Man in Lincoln County, first case since 2021, first death since 2020, comes from rodents. Like we said,
well, that's a little on the nose. Remember how I said the media wasn't going to talk about that part of it? Apparently, I was wrong. I had no idea. You're right, Johnny. Comes from rodents. No, if they mean in Lincoln County or in New Mexico, that's insanity. If they mean the world, that's still a little weird.
The plague is a bacterial disease from rodents and is typically spread to humans through the bites of infected fleas. The state saying taking care of your pets can keep the plague away.
Also, shitting in toilets, not where you eat, might end up working. Oh, my God. Bring out your dead.
Well, I mean, if you're eating dirt cookies, I mean, shitting where you eat is really
right. Ring around the rosy, pocket full of. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, get all your favorite Plague songs back. They're coming. Get your little bird masks out and shit. Thank you to Fauci's Pangolin with $10, says rally. Thank you. Let's see if we can rally. We've got about 10 minutes left today. We have $250 to go. Let's see if we can bring this thing into respectability, perhaps, whatever that looks like. If you feel like contributing to today's show, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, memberships, gifted memberships. Oh, boy.
John Doe, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't the Black Death the bubonic plague?
Yeah.
Yeah, because isn't Ring Around the Rosie about Black Death? Yeah,
that's why
it's about the Black Death.
That's why I was singing it.
It was relevant.
Yeah, it was perfect. It was the time to sing that song. MSO says, Aaron, you're going to need an ice bath after this beating. Oh, don't I know it? On my asshole. Are you kidding? This is
right in the old booty hole.
Yeah, this is a brutal start to the week, my man. Are you kidding me? $250 away from today's goal. Maybe we can get in there. About 10 minutes left in today's show. What should we do last? We got a mom drugging her kid's bully. That one's kind of fun. This one's too weird. We'll do that one for the evening show. Did you hear about all of the Kansas City Chiefs fans who got frostbite at their games? Like record amounts of frostbite. No. Some frostbitten Chiefs fans are required amputations following the record cold playoff game against the Miami Dolphins in January. These crazy bastards stood out in that stadium while they got frostbite and lost fingers and toes and shit.
Jesus Christ. I mean, I got frostbite pretty bad as a kid, but I still have all my fingers. They just don't work very well.
There's being a football fan, and then there's that. That's too much.
How do you not wear gloves and shit? I feel like to get frostbitten, how did you not bring a jacket? Some of those like hand warmer things. Like I'd be wearing big old thick like rawhide mittens with like the pocket warmer things in there. Keep those hands warm. You know what I mean? Like.
I mean,
what
I would.
The heck?
I would say, if we maybe kept our shirts off with all the painting, maybe we wouldn't be losing all these nipples to frostbite. I think it's the shirt paint or the stomach painting, and they're taking the shirts off because it's got, like you said, it's got to be exposed skin.
That's the number one way to get frostbite.
By the way, this is a medical show. Research Medical Center is a 590-bed hospital in Kansas City that is a regional destination for specialized complex healthcare, including an emergency room and trauma center. The Research Medical Center informed the AP that it had treated dozens of people who had experienced frostbite during an 11-day cold snap in January. There were 12 people who needed amputations. Included in the victims of the dangerous cold streak were fans who attended the Chiefs' wildcard game against the Dolphins January 13th. The hospital noted that most of the weather-related amputations involved fingers and toes. You lost fingers and toes for a Chiefs game. Now, in fairness, they won. So, and not only that, they went on to win the Super Bowl. So, I mean, maybe you sacrificed your fingers and your toes for a good cause. You got the Lombardi trophy. Who needs a fucking tip of your pointer finger when you've got a Lombardi, right? Who needs your...
I mean, they had to do something to compete with, what was it, the Buffalo Bills sacrificing people to the pit? Wasn't that?
Right, yeah. They had people throwing themselves into a pit in Buffalo.
Yeah, so these people were just like, yeah, we'll just we'll give you can have my finger, her toe. My buddy pledged his left nut for them to get another Super Bowl. I guess. How do you freeze that off, though?
Yeah, Fauci's Pangolin says, worth it. Dude, would I give up a tip of my finger for a Viking Super Bowl? Fucks yeah, take it. I mean, get the Super Bowl first, and then you can take it. My fingers are black for you, Taylor. Somebody says, diehard Swifties. That's dedication. Bobby Baloney just says, deserved. I mean, right?
I feel like you could. Oh, God.
Chelino says, offering
Did it
plate.
to me.
Should we, you know what? I'll bring it back today.
You'll bring it back today?
Yeah.
You're not above it? All right.
We got our ass kicked today.
All right.
I'll bring out the offering plate. I'll do it. Pretty please, everybody. Let's knock that goal down. Not even asking to knock it out today. Just asking to get it out of the twos, for the love of Christ. We've got 8 minutes left in today's show, and we are 2:50 away. It has been a nightmare of a start to the week. If you want to throw a couple of bucks in, throw it into this plate right here, and let's try to make a little bit of money today. Let's try. We've made $70 so far on today's program. Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo are the best ways to do it. They take the lowest percentage. Super Chats, memberships, if that's what you can do, that's great too. Let's knock out that 250, guys. Anybody want to become a VIP today? $250 for the VIP. If you want to do that, if you want to help us knock that out. Aaron's Manzier gifting a membership. You couple that one with Balls Deep's membership from earlier. There it is, $245 away. There we go. Chelino with $20 taking pity on us says, this is sad. Hi, cripple.
Hey, how you doing?
Yeah,
Wait a minute. Which one of us is the cripple now?
I think we're both crippled today. I think we're both disabled. SH says that plate is nice. The guy did a good job when he made it. Oh, he did such an awesome job. I have the plug over here somewhere for the woodworking business that did it. It's really, really good. It really is. But 2:30 away from today. Let's see if we can get a little bit better start to today's week. Again, Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, etc. The plate is looking like a 90s ashtray or an ashtray.
I always feel that way when I see it. I'm like, it looks like those are the thing is those lines aren't actually like cut out. If it was grooves, then I'd be like, all right, that definitely looks like an ashtray.
Time Guard says, you look like you're having a rocky time. Oh, back to the Gino and I cigar joke. Devil Pup with $4.99. Addicted to Ubiquity with $5. Devil Pup says, worth a shot. Thank you. Aaron's Manzier gifting a membership to Dime Card. All right. 220 away. We're getting down there. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo, memberships, etc. Let's see how far down we get. We got about 6 minutes left until the end of business today, as it were. Boy, we cracked the $100 mark today.
There we go.
So there's
small victories.
So there's that. If we can crack it 2 more times, we got a shot. Like I said, since we owe you 30 minutes from Friday, we will do an hour if we knock out today's goal. We'll do an extra hour of today's show. $5 from Marble Arms.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate it. Slapjaw says, how much to wear the plate as a hat? I've worn the plate as a hat before.
$200. $200.
We just need to get this into the realm of MSO doesn't need my ass to take an ice bath after the show. I think is where we're looking to get. Aristocox, Leprechaun Blood, becoming a member for his 21st month, says, I'm helping. Yes, absolutely. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. 215 is the number. There was this mom. I wanted to mention this story quick. A Texas nurse's plan to get back at her son's bully backfired spectacularly. Oh, yeah, and here's the plate. We brought the plate back for the alms for the poor, if you will.
Bam.
Leaving an 11-year-old boy in a hospital and the vengeful mom under arrest. Jennifer Lynn Rossi, 45, admitted concocting a gross drink to give to her son's classmate in revenge for him in revenge for him swiping the kid's sports drink at their school. Bro, I mean, I would have thought like if it was like a bully situation, like
I'd expect like some punching or some fighting after what we saw earlier. Like, dude, mom needs to understand. Well, I suppose if she did this to a bully that went after a juice box, nobody's going to mess with that kid.
Right. I will tell you this. The the stealing the sports drink to the point where the mom drugs you and sends you to the hospital. I know detention doesn't work for some kids. I know even like physical punishment doesn't work for some kids. I have a really good feeling that this one's going to work.
This kid may think twice before he messes with somebody else. Like, last time I did this, I did almost die.
Yeah. Last time I fucked around with a kid, I ended up in a coma, for fuck's sake. Corey Adam Comedy with 199 says, Johnny was always second best to me. Hashtag Rocky Time. Oh, we're bringing back the Rocky Time thing from Gino and I's show. Oh, maybe I do need a Rocky Patel today. We're having our day is off to a rocky start here on Steel Toe. 2:15 away from today. MSO says, hey, Aaron, can't sleep? Replay today's show. That'll do it. Thank you, bud. Thank you, MSO. Thank you to Trooper56 for renewing his membership for 21 months. Says maybe this helps. Oh, absolutely. I mean, would $200 help more? Sure. Absolutely. Yeah. Both of them. You know what? But they both help. Let's see if we can hit that PayPal, that Venmo, that Streamlabs, Super Chats, etc. We have a minute and a half left in today's show, Johnny, and then we are done. So, 2:15 is the goal today for overtime. We've got an hour of overtime up for grabs for this 2:15. If you want to throw in a couple of bucks to the plate, please do. I brought it back just to humor people today. They wanted me to bring back the plate. And I figure, you know what? For 2:15, that's fine. Oh, and guys, I know that's not the real Corey. I just thought we could have some fun. 1 minute left. If you feel like donating, please do. Click one of the links in the chat. Let's see if we can get this thing down a little bit. We hope you enjoyed the show at least. We hope it was funny. It moved pretty quick. Felt like the 4 hours went pretty fast. Had some things to talk about. Fauci's Pangolin says, when I say yeah, I mean yeah. Well, thank you, buddy. 210. We take 7 of that. We take 210. It takes us down to 210. Chilino says the real Corey is way less funny. That's not very nice. Thank you for the cool show, says Hitler Diff. Thank you. Los Federales says, damn, this is sadder than a cancer diagnosis. We'll be all right, guys. I'll cover what we miss. Hobo Chili says, I tried to go day wave on Friday. I felt like a stranger in a strange land. Oh, man.
I'm sorry.
All right, guys. That's going to do it for today. We go out with a whimper. If you feel like contributing anything after the show's over, throw us a few bucks. We would appreciate it.
You have a second to talk then after we get done with all this?
I do have I have a little bit of time.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, guys, we will talk to you later. Have a great rest of your day. Boy, did we get our ass kicked. Hopefully we make it up the rest of the week. Talk to you again soon. Have a great rest of your day.